Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to open up the Zoning Board of Appeals meeting for Wednesday, June the 10th, 2020. It is 6:02 p.m. and I have an announcement here to read. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12th, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, GLC 30A, S 18 and the governor's March 15th, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place, as well as Mayor Curtatoni's declaration of emergency dated March 15th, 2020. This meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals will be conducted via remote participation. We will have an audio recording available upon request as soon as possible after the meeting. The first thing on the general business tonight, I think for the record, we should say that Elaine Severino, Josh Safdie, Danielle Evans, Ann Brockelman, Drew Kane, and myself on the zoning board are all present.
I just lost everybody.
I'm sorry?
I can't see anybody.
Okay.
This is Charlotte speaking. Elaine, if you can still hear everyone, then we're good to go and we can get you, if there's anything that you need to see on screen, we will get that set up once we get there.
All right.
Okay. May I continue?
Yes, please, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So first thing to cover tonight is the general business is approval of the minutes from May 6, 2020 and May 20th, 2020. So if I could have the clerk please make a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the May 6, 2020 minutes as submitted.
Second, please.
Second.
Seconded by Elaine Severino. All in favor of approving the minutes of May 6, 2020 as presented, say aye. Elaine Severino.
Aye.
Susan Fontano, aye. Josh Safdie.
Aye.
Drew Kane.
Aye.
Ann Brockelman.
Aye.
And Danielle Evans.
Aye.
Let the record show it was unanimous. Next, please, Madam Clerk.
In the matter of May 20, 2020 minutes, I make a motion that we approve these as submitted.
Second.
Seconded by Elaine Severino. Elaine Severino.
Aye.
Susan Fontano, aye. Josh Safdie.
Aye.
Drew Kane.
Aye.
Ann Brockelman.
Aye.
And Danielle Evans.
Aye.
Let the record show it was unanimous for the May 2020 minutes. Thank you. There are no rescheduled or withdrawals tonight. So we're going to go off the roster a little bit. Mr. Proakis, our executive director, would like to speak to clarify some issues that we might be presented with tonight. Mr. Proakis?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Happy to be with you here tonight online. I just want to provide a little bit of perspective and introduction on the Clarendon project, which is entering its public hearing phase this evening. I understand that the applicants at some point in time were in front of you kind of giving some of the basics of their project. I just wanted to provide a little bit of perspective here. And I think they've shared some of it. For those who aren't familiar, the North Point Clarendon public housing development, which is 200 and a change, I think 216 affordable public housing units that were built many, many years ago and have essentially reached and exceeded the end of their useful life. And while we've done upgrades and improvements and replacements on housing developments owned by the Housing Authority throughout the city, modernization and improvements, this particular development is one that has been waiting a long time for something to happen. And with the circumstances of deferred maintenance, with the layout of the buildings, the awkward setup of structures there, it didn't lend itself well to anything other than starting over. Back in the day, in the 90s and early 2000s, the federal government was replacing federal housing developments like this through a program called Hope 6, where they would demolish, build with a little bit more density and a little bit more intensity of development, mix incomes between market and affordable. And by doing so, it would allow them to be able to create a stronger place and return public housing residents to some real high quality housing. There isn't federal money to do something like this at this point.
Yeah.
And this is a state chartered project, which makes it much more difficult, even if there was. So a couple of years ago, the state did allocate some money to the possibility of looking at demonstration projects of doing these sort of complete redevelopments under state government circumstances. This is as far as I can tell, this is the only one that made it all the way through the funding process and is still alive as a potential project. And we are, so it's a very complicated partnership between a nonprofit developer, POA, Preservation of Affordable Housing, that's going to build replacement public housing units, a for-profit developer, Redgate, that's building residential for-profit units that do mix in some workforce units and some affordable units, different levels. And that spins off profit that's able to cover some of the costs of the state project getting done, of the affordable project getting done. And then there's some state money and some city money committed to this project. There's a lot of pieces going on in trying to make all of this come together. And the city is really, the administration to some extent is sort of partnered into this project because of the nature of the way that it's funded, and it interacts now with a roadway improvement project and some other things. There have been some interesting conversations recently about whether or not there are some things above and beyond what's in front of you that the project can do. We're having conversations about where and what the financial impacts are there. So I hope that you'll keep an open mind, listen to all the possibilities of what can be done with this project, and help us achieve the opportunity to be able to take these public housing units that are in really tough shape and be able to bring these families some higher quality housing in the future by making this redevelopment happen. It is before you through the 40B concept, which is hasn't been used much in Somerville. Somerville has and will continue to take the position that we aren't required to take 40B projects unless we want to. So we're doing this as what we call a friendly 40B. We are going to ask you tonight to take one simple vote, which Charlotte can share probably better than I can, which would allow us to file paperwork with the Department of Housing and Community Development to confirm that because more than 1.5% of the land area in Somerville is dedicated to affordable housing, that we do not have to be forced to take a 40B project, which means we aren't required to approve this project. We aren't required to approve every waiver to this project. But as I worked with Charlotte as we were crafting the response that we'd like to give DHCD upon getting this vote, what I want to say to the state, to the Housing Community Development team at the state, is that we want to collaboratively work on this project. We want to have this thing. We want to have this development happen because we want the opportunity to provide high quality affordable housing. But at the same time, we want to make it clear that typically our standard for development is through our core underlying zoning code. But in this case, 40B was a tool to provide enough flexibility to address a number of things that this project needs to do without otherwise having to build a zoning district for this project from the ground up, which really would have been the only other opportunity and would have potentially slowed the project significantly. So they're going to ask for waivers. We're going to provide some recommendations to you as we get along on what we think of some of those waivers. We're going to have a chance to talk about those. Part of it is, the underlying district doesn't support the intensity of development necessary in order to be able to fund this project, whereby a commercial development spins off enough profit to be able to pay for rebuilding this much affordable housing. And then there was a whole issue that I will spare you the details unless at some point you want to get into it, whereby the legislature had to approve a special agreement to make this project happen. They placed a condition on it that the entire project, including the private side, had to be built as prevailing wage project. We hadn't expected that condition. It had some financial impacts on the project. We had to do another round of adjustment with the developer to make sure to get to a point where we can get something that's workable. But I'm really excited about the possibility of having something significant happen here, and I look forward to having the staff work with you on getting through this opportunity and figuring out how to make it possible and whatever we need to do to satisfy the concerns that might come up. I hope that even though it is a discretionary project, that you will see fit to approve it at the end of the day because of what it does for affordable housing in the city. I also hope you will listen carefully, as there are many advocates and neighbors who still have questions to be addressed. And like with any project, I know your board has always been very sensitive to trying to work through those issues and seeing what we can do and how we can make it happen. So that's just my basic introduction. If you have questions for me, I'm happy to answer it. Other than that, I know you'll see a more formal presentation from the development team and a chance to start public hearing and public process tonight. The staff does not come with a detailed recommendation or proposed conditions. They really came to have the introduction, have community comment, and then go from there as to where we go next and how we might want to make adjustments before the next meeting.
Thank you, George. I have a couple of questions before you leave us. So you're saying state money, city money, and money for profit, whoever contributes to that, is what's making up the budget for this project, right?
Right.
Okay. And this 40B, you have to fill out, you're later on tonight, that's what you're going to be getting permission to, as executive director, to do the paperwork for us. Once we open this door at 40B, are we only committed with this project? As we go forward with other projects, we can still do business as we have in the past?
So our expectation is that, so the state changed the rules a little bit about how we determine if we meet the land area requirement in 40B. So the way 40B works statewide is if an individual community doesn't have at least 10% affordable housing or at least 1.5% of land area dedicated to affordable housing, if they don't meet one of those standards, then they have to be able to take 40B projects in. And if a zoning board denies a 40B project, an applicant can go to the Housing Appeals Committee and can, at the state level, and can appeal the zoning board's decision. And often the Housing Appeals Committee sides with the developer and allows the project to be built anyway.
Yeah.
If you meet one of those two requirements, the first reaction is generally you just don't accept 40Bs. But there are some communities that even though they meet one of those requirements, they will accept 40Bs in certain circumstances, particularly where it's providing substantial affordable housing beyond just the 20 or 25% of 40B typically requires. And in this case, so far to date, we have only done it when we're working with our housing authority as a partner. The only previous one we have in recent history that I know of is the Waterworks project, which was an affordable elderly development for the housing authority. What the state changed is they changed the rules on this 1.5% of land area thing. So we don't meet the 10% affordable housing requirement. And the complicated reason why we don't meet the 10%, it's not because 10% of our housing isn't affordable, but it's because 10% doesn't qualify for the state index. We as a community have made a decision that when we do inclusionary units, we will dedicate all of them for local preference for Somerville residents. That's because we have a uniquely localized displacement problem we're trying to address with that. And the state says if you dedicate all your units to local residents, we won't count them on our inventory towards the 10%. That's
Oh, wow.
And the reason they do that is mainly because of fair housing issues in the suburbs. They don't want Dover and Weston limiting their affordable housing to residents of Dover and Weston and leaving out people in lower income communities who need access to housing. We have a very diverse pool of affordable housing applicants in Somerville, so it puts us in a better position. But because of that, it doesn't count. So we constantly float in the 9.5% range in terms of state certified numbers. So we have to go and we have to ask to meet this land area requirement. Now, Charlotte's done the percentages. We meet the land area requirement. In fact, we're way over the 1.5% land area requirement. But the state passed a new rule that said that if you want to be certified to prove that you meet the 1.5% of land area, you have to wait until someone files a 40B. And then once they file one, you have to submit this information. And then once the state gives you that certification, you know you meet that 1.5%. And then when future people submit 40Bs, you have that information to prove that you meet it. Well, since the state set that rule up, this is the first 40B application we've had. So it's the first chance we've had to actually test this question with the state. So I'd like to test this question with the state. That's the thing I'm asking you to do tonight, is to authorize us to submit this information to the state to get that declaration. It certainly gives you a little bit more leeway and flexibility in the waivers for this particular project, but more significantly, it sends a message to the private developers who just might want to toss a 40B Somerville's way that we don't want, that we can say, hey, the state certified us on this. We don't have to accept your application. We're going to focus on accepting 40Bs only when we're dealing with a partner like the Housing Authority on a particular situation like this, where there's a substantial, unique need.
Thank you. Is there anyone on the board that has a question for George? We'll cover the issue at the end about the voting on it. Yes, Danielle Evans, please.
My understanding is that no city has ever been successful in getting a GLAM assertion approved by DHCD. I know Medford just tried, and they had calculated that they hit over 1.5%, and it got denied.
I do believe you are correct that no city has ever gotten this certification. Our base numbers suggest that we are between 2.5 and 3. So we feel like we have a lot of leeway that if they eliminate a lot of stuff on our list, we're still close to qualifying. I mean, we're just, the only way to find out is to submit, I guess, is our perception on the question. But Danielle is right. A lot of communities have tried to get the state to certify that they meet the 1.5% of land area requirement and have not necessarily succeeded at doing so. Somerville has a couple of advantages. We have a significant amount of land that's public housing. It's tough to say public housing doesn't count. And we have a very small land area in the city as a whole. So when you kind of look at the two sides of that equation, it positions us better than just about anybody else who has tried. Certainly they could look at our list and say this, and that doesn't qualify, but they would have to eliminate a lot from our list before they would get to the point where they'd get below 1.5%. But seriously, the only way to find out is to try, and I feel like we have to submit this thing and find out where we stand on that front.
Great. That's good, Danielle.
Yeah, and it was just only recently that I realized that our inclusionary units don't make it on the subsidized housing inventory. With my other job as a housing planner in Medford over a shared affordable unit between the two cities.
Yes.
I found that out, and I was very surprised. And I know it's about local preference, but I kind of wish that we would have hit the 10% somehow and then loosened up to not need to put the rest on the SHI. So, I mean, I'm not really happy about that policy, actually. I know you can, from local preference, I think DHCD will allow you to up to half. And to be honest, someone who's displaced into like a budding community, I don't know why we wouldn't want to let them back into one of the units, because a lot of people get pushed out and then they can't get back in because they don't have a Somerville address. So local preference isn't always helping people that have been displaced already. So I don't really agree with the policy. I just want to state that for the record. So I'm kind of not happy that we're vulnerable to a 40B when we actually do have affordable units that could be on the SHI.
So just to respond quickly on that, I will just note that we are looking at rebuilding our definition, and I don't know if it's in the latest draft of the overhaul or if it's in something forthcoming, to include recently displaced from Somerville people in the local preference. I will note that the local preference conversation has been a substantial conversation with the city council, and the determination to stick with the full local preference was baked into the outcomes of our council conversations at this point. So there's a healthy debate on this. I mean, local preference creates fair housing problems in many communities. We've done a lot of analysis to make sure it doesn't create a problem here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of conversation about recently displaced. There's a lot of conversation about a lot of these pieces. I do wish we had hit 10% before we did that, but the problem is we would have slid right back because we have 700 units of housing or something under construction in Somerville right now. And the moment you add those back to the denominator on our behalf, we would slide right back under 10 if we had been right over 10. We've gotten as close as 9.9, I believe, but we've never made it over that line with the units on the SHA. And because of the nature of this decision, we slide back. Our numbers get lower and lower every year because we build more housing and we put fewer of them on the SHA, even though we're building 20% affordable. So I acknowledge that this is a challenging issue, and I understand that there are strong opinions on it in a number of different directions. It's the nature of the way our inclusionary ordinance is written right now that we can't qualify the units.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else have a question for Mr. Prowakis? No? Okay. Thank you very much, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Good luck tonight and have a good night.
All right. Now, we're going to jump to, does anybody have any comments before we go forward? We're not going to hear Clarendon right now because it's a bigger presentation. We're going to hold them till later. I believe we're going to jump to 453 Somerville Ave. Is everybody on page with that? Yes? Okay. So 453 Somerville Ave, please.
Madam Chair, this is Charlotte speaking. Give me one moment to unmute the applicant team for this.
Who's with us tonight?
David Stafier, and Melissa, if you could help me with the names, I'm forgetting.
It's Donald Leonard is the architect.
Okay, Donald Leonard is unmuted. Is it just the two of you?
And I'm here in my office. I'm here in my office with Jack Sad.
Okay, all three of you are unmuted.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Hello.
Sure.
May I have the name again? Nice and slow.
My name is David Staffier. It's spelled Staffier.
And who else, David?
I'm sorry?
Who else is there with you, Jack? And who else?
Jack Sad is the property owner, and on the other line is Donald Leonard.
And what is Donald Leonard's, okay, the architect?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'd just like to say that my office is here in Somerville at 741 Broadway in Somerville, and I am a lifelong Somerville resident. I'd like to thank the board for their input and professionalism and patience, because I know Jack has been here before. And I'd like to thank Melissa Ward, the senior planner, for her direction and input also. At the board's direction and Melissa Wood's input, we made changes to the project. It was a modern structure at first, and we've changed it to a more traditional structure that fits with the traditional neighborhood. And I'm going to hand it over to Don Leonard, who's the architect, who knows more about the changes that were done on the project to follow the direction of the board. And I'm going to pass it over to Don right now.
Thank you. Mr. Leonard?
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair and board members.
Hello, if I may interrupt real quick, this is Melissa Woods. I am working to pull up the drawing set as we speak. So in a moment, you will be able to see that.
Okay, and may I just ask Mr. Leonard to speak right up into your phone or your mic so we can all hear you. It's a little, scratchy.
Okay, is that better?
Yes. Hello, Melissa. Thank you.
Okay, this first page is the rendering that I had produced. And it's quite a bit different from the previous submittal. in that I took information from the two adjoining existing 3.5-story residential buildings, studied their materials, their windows sizes, their types, coloration, overhangs, parapets, that type of thing, and incorporated it into the new design. The color of the building, although it doesn't show too well on this rendering, is a pewter gray with a beige color on the setback 4th floor of the building. If I could, just a little quick history. I've known Jack Zod for 25 years. He's a good friend of mine. I've done work with him before. And he approached me back in October of 2019 and asked me to assist him in preparing the submittal package. I was too busy with too many clients at that time. I'm not now, so he had engaged another architect. Jack approached me again back in this April and asked for my help, and I assisted him by providing a couple of options to Melissa for her review. Elevations, front elevations, which quickly got back to with very good recommendations, and it took those to heart and incorporated them into the design. One of the key elements that I deleted from the previous submittal was the 2 bump outs on the sides of the building. Those bay windows. We redesigned the floor plan such that we don't need those bump outs to accommodate a functional floor plan. So I had to redesign the floor plan on the 2nd floor and 3rd floor to accommodate a reasonable 2nd bedroom. So we no longer have those bump outs, which I'm very happy about. And the other thing that we did, or I did, was to locate the existing windows on both adjacent existing buildings and located the windows in the new building such that the sight lines don't show directly into the other building's windows.
Yeah.
In order to do that, I had to add a small bay at the north end of the building. That's the rear. And it's it's about 1/3 of the total length of the building, which I believe complies with the regulations. And that helped accommodate move those 2 side bay windows. So the new proposed building, the windows are again, we field measure the existing windows on both sides of the adjacent property. This is the front elevation, and they're 3 feet by 6 feet tall. And when we get to the context elevation, which I think is next, you'll see that. Do that. That context elevation. Well, you can see that the relationship is more in line with the context and the fabric of those two buildings. The parapet, rather than have a screen, which was shown in the previous design by another architect, I extended the vertical face of the building up to affect a parapet, though you wouldn't know that from looking from the street side. It would just look like the top of the building. And that pretty much aligns with the roof line of the 2 adjoining adjacent buildings. So we have horizontal siding, we have cornices, we have a stone first floor plan. It's a cast stone, which I think in my design, I like a strong foundation to hold up a building, and it looks like a strong foundation. And we have the drive-through underneath the building. And next to that entrance, we have the retail office space and a canopy to emphasize the residential entrance in the middle of the building. If you'll note on the building adjacent to the proposed building, the 3.5-story one, you'll see that 4/4 light window. It's narrow. I picked up on that and added that to the center of the building, so it related better to the rhythm of the streetscape. That's pretty much my description of the project, and I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
I'm gonna, well, I normally at this point, we open it up to the public because we like to hear what their folks, they have to say, and then we'll open up to the board. Is that okay with the rest of the board? You like that? Yes, okay. So, Charlotte, do we have anybody from the public here tonight that would like to sign in?
As a note for members of the public, if you would like to comment on this project, now is the time to quote unquote virtually raise your hand. There should be a little hand symbol on your control panel that you can press and that will notify me. You can also send a message through the chat to let me know that you want to speak. We'll give you a minute to do that. And if we see and hear no one, well, see no one, we will close public comment. Don Warner, you lowered your hand. I'm going to unmute you to see if you want to speak. Don Warner.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi. I'm sorry. I was testing it. I'm actually waiting for the 71 Union Square project.
Okay.
So I apologize for that.
No problem. I'm going to remute you. If there's anyone else who would like to speak, Howard Frazen, you are unmuted.
Hi, I'm Howard Frazen from 22 Knapp Street.
What street?
22 Knapp Street.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I always feel a little bit odd speaking. I'm the new kid on the block. I've only been here a couple of years. But my neighbors are good people, and I feel an obligation to speak up for them. I think part of the challenge with this building being as large as it is comes from the fact that historically the space that is the the back lot was actually attached to this building, and in 1933 the woman who owned this house, her husband died of a heart attack and needed to sell. And that's how we ended up with this strange situation. What I think is interesting is that I know these things because these are stories from my neighbors. This isn't just a collection of houses and housing stock, but there's a collection of people who've been here for literally generations. And I'm kind of humbled by them. If the space was what it was originally, we wouldn't be having the conversation of a 5-unit versus 3 or whatever. It would be obviously the building would be 3 units, which is pretty consistent with I think everything on this block. Myself and all the neighbors I've talked to, we still are pretty much convinced that that would be the most effective way of using the space in terms of the density, in terms of just historically how this space is being used. So I guess I just would like to, I'd like to say that we'd love to see the garage disappear. We'd love for there to be a building there. Everything that you've said and supported in terms of trying to make that building fit has been encouraging and helpful. We just hope that you'll continue to support making the building smaller. I think it looks more it fits better, but it still sticks out, and you can see that so well from the sides. It sticks out in so many different ways that are inconsistent with the space. And if there were 3 units instead of 5, all of that would be different. So I hope you'll consider that, and I'll let the rest of the neighbors speak what they need to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlotte? Miss Charlotte?
This is Charlotte speaking. We have 4 other people so far who have raised their hands. Madam Chair, as a Would you like there to be a time limit on
Yes,
individual
that's what I was
speakers?
gonna request.
Okay,
That's
what would you like that time limit to be?
Name. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, I will set a 2-minute timer and let each speaker know when those 2 minutes are close to being up. John Chambers, you are next.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is John Chambers. I am from 5 Granite Street, Unit 2L. So yeah, we've had a lively discussion about the implementation details of this project over the past 8 or 9 months. And I'm really grateful to the board for making a real effort to address the concerns of the neighbors. Even so, I'd like to take a step back and reflect on the big picture. And to me, that's that this project is just trying to pack way too much stuff in. We've nudged the walls and changed the siding and added cornices, but at the end of the day, we're still trying to pack a total of 6 units into a space that doesn't really seem to support it. And the signs of that strain are everywhere. The building is massive, but the units are cramped. 3 of 5 parking spaces are right up against solid walls. Every residential unit has an elevator in the living room. So many of these problems would just go away if the applicant were trying to build less stuff. Really, this project asks something of the city, but it doesn't offer anything in return. Other projects we've seen over the course of this whole discussion have clearly explained why the variances they're seeking benefit the community. They offset the cost of more green space or features to calm traffic, or they allow for easier deliveries and drop-offs, or they allow for adjustments to a building's envelope to preserve neighbors' privacy. You've seen none of that here. Even though it has 5 residential units, the project doesn't offer an affordable unit to support the idea even of using density to address housing costs in Somerville. So in short, my view is that this project is just trying to build way more than the space can support, and there just isn't a good reason to do it. And that's really all for me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, John Chambers, I'm going to remute you. The next one up is Ruben Segale. I'm sorry if I butchered that. You are unmuted. Ruben, you are unmuted if you would like to speak. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next person in that case. The next person is Tristan Doherty.
Is that Kristen with a C?
Tristan with a T.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Tristan Doherty, 5 Granite Street, apartment 2R. I've spoken before you a few times now. And I thank John and Howie for both saying their piece. I agree with everything they say. I think that all of mine and all of our neighbors' concerns that we've outlined in a couple letters to you at previous meetings still hold. As John very nicely said, that it feels like it's just trying to pack too much into this lot. The lot, as we can see with the building on the left and the right, works quite nicely with 3-unit buildings, 3-story, 3-unit buildings. And trying to put 5 units plus a commercial unit into the same sort of size lot just is too much, and it's running into all sorts of problems. I won't go on like I did at the last meeting. I apologize for that. But that's really where we stand. Our concerns still hold, and we think that this would be a great development at 3 units. And I'm absolutely certain that Mr. Saad would make a tidy profit with a 3-unit building, just like the one on the left and the right, that would fit nicely with the rest of the community. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Ruben still has his hand up. I'm going to give him one more chance to see if he would like to speak. Ruben, you are unmuted if you would like to speak.
Hello, this is Ruben Segalier.
Hello, please speak, Mr. Ruben.
Yes, Ruben. I'm so happy that you have started this program, communicating with the residents, I being one of them. Now, we are very eager to know when zoning, for example, will start. I think maybe that's too early now. I don't know, but we are so happy that you are involving us, involving the residents.
Yeah.
Ruben,
Yeah.
Madam Chair, if I can interrupt briefly, I just want to confirm, Ruben, that you are here to speak on 453 Somerville Ave. That's the only case that we're taking public comment on in this moment. The other cases that we are taking public comment on will be addressed later. Are you here for 453 Somerville Ave, or are you here for a different case?
No, we are just, we have been waiting and waiting for zoning. That's our concern. But as I say, as the virus attack is still ongoing, there's very little we can do, but we are waiting to see how the reaction and the involvement you are putting us in.
Hello?
That's all.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, we have, I believe, 3 more people who would like to speak right now. The first one, or 2. The first one is Jason Jong. Jason, you're on mute.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
You're not coming through, Jason. Charlotte, can we try someone else and go back to Jason, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Jason, as a quick note, there's a lot of background noise coming from your phone, so if you could try to move to a quieter area, that would be great. Sybil, you are unmuted. Sybil?
Hello?
Oh. Hello?
Hi.
Hello? Hi. I'm not sure if you've already done so, but I was curious to see if someone on the team could provide like a brief primer on the 40B statute.
Excuse me. What's your name?
I'm Sybil Gellin.
What is it?
Sybil Gellin, G-E-L-I-N.
And you want to know what, hon? You got to speak more clearer for us.
Sorry, I was curious to know if someone could provide a brief primer on the 40B statute.
Madam Chair, this is Charlotte speaking. Yes. If I may. Sybil, so this case is, the particular case that the board is talking about right now is 453 Somerville Ave. The only case that is a 40B is Clarendon Hill, and that case will be addressed later. We will have a brief primer for the board and for members of the public on Chapter 40B, but not at this exact moment.
Got it. Thank you.
For that person, does she understand that we're going to handle that later tonight, though, for her to stand by?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Jason Jong, I'm going to give you another chance. You are unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
441. Jason Johnson, number 2. And this 5-unit development looks pretty good to me. I think having more units as opposed to fewer units just helps out more some of the residents, and having elevators makes it more accessible to people with physical disabilities. So that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Charlotte?
Yes, this is Charlotte.
I couldn't understand him. So I don't know if anybody else could. If somebody, you can answer him.
What I got from him is that he is supportive of the 5-unit development, and he's glad to have more units and elevators that make more units accessible in terms of ADA.
Got one in favor there. Okay, great. So if there's nobody else, I'd like to open it up to the board.
Madam Chair, there's actually one more person, Jeff Burns. Jeff Burns, you are.
Great, thanks. Hi, this is Jeff Burns, B-Y-R-N-E-S of 294 Summer Street. And I'd just like to say that having more units within close walking distance to Union Square and having ADA accessible units of a small but reasonable size, especially for individual folks, is a great thing that we don't necessarily have a lot of in Somerville. The 3-unit buildings on each side are not accessible. They're just stairwell buildings. So I think that's great. Certainly, it's a tight fit. It's a strange shape, but we got lots of strange shaped buildings. So I appreciate that the developer's effort to re-architect the impression of the building to fit in visually a little better. I think that's shows great effort on their part. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is that it, Ms. Charlotte?
This is Charlotte speaking. I am scanning. One moment to check to make sure that is it. I believe that is it.
Okay. What I'd like to do, because I don't know how this is going to happen tonight, momentarily, I would like to keep open the public portion until after I hear and we see what the pleasure of the board is tonight, the changes they've made. Is that okay with the board? I don't want to shut them down in case we have more questions are going to come back. I think as far as the neighborhoods go, we've heard about what, we get their picture. I understand it. So I could close it, but I think if they're all sitting here tonight, if somebody wants to come back and ask a second question after they hear us, I would like to give them that courtesy. So without further ado, I'd like to open it up to the board. Whoever wants a question or wants to comment on the new stuff, raise your hand, please, so we can acknowledge you. Elaine Severino, please.
I have a couple of comments. In the beginning, I think I saw the picture. It seemed like some of the pictures of the older design building with brown on the bottom, and it looked like the newer presentation. The architect said it was gray and beige. So I just wondered, I guess I might have old plans that have the whole bottom clad in brown. So that was the first thing about the color. The second thing I think we had asked about.
Elaine, do you like your commenting on the color? Is the color okay with you?
Yeah, that gray and beige seems quite fine.
Fine, because I want to keep moving. You guys have comments, you like it, we'll keep going. And if you don't like something, we want to know as well.
My next comment was, we wondered if that the 5th unit on the top, the 5th residential unit, was supposed to be pushed back. I wondered if it did get pushed back. And my third comment was, but on the left side of the building where the cars are parked, I looked at the landscaping plan. I don't know if we can skip to the landscaping picture. There were, where the nose of the car, yeah, there it is. There are hostas planted where those 2 outside cars are. And then all along till we meet the hostas in the front up near Somerville Avenue, all that part in the middle is just classified on that design as black mulch. I just want black mulch fades, color changes, it blows away. Before you know it, it's just a patch of weeds. I just wondered if that hosta, which is very hardy, will grow anywhere, could be planted all along there, and all the hostas match up or meet up with each other, rather than putting a big patch of black mulch. That was my third comment.
Fine.
Is there somebody on the team that can answer those questions, please?
Yes, this is David Staffier. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, that's something that we could do. I mean, the black mulch was just put there. That's something that we thought would be just something basic that would go there. But I'm sure those hofsters can be planted along that whole line there. We could continue on from the 3 that are there to continue on that whole area.
Elaine, do you
Yes.
like the idea of Hosta going there?
Well, there's not much space there.
Yeah.
So they can't put large bushes, they can't put trees. It's gonna be, if there are flowers in there, it's gonna be kind of hard to maintain them. Hosta's pretty sturdy. It will produce a flower. It doesn't require much attention, and it will cover a multitude of sins.
Great.
And perennial.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it is perennial, yes.
Thank you. Josh, Drew, anybody have something to say? Are you happy with what you're seeing, the new stuff? Josh, are you pleased with the new improvements?
I still agree with the neighbors who say it's too big and too much for the site.
Okay. Drew?
Yeah, I also thought that upper story was going to be moved back further so it would be hidden from the street. So I was surprised that it's just a 5'6" balcony.
On Ian and Danielle, are you in with Josh and Drew about the size and the balcony? Do you have something else before I ask the team to speak? Danielle? Do you think it's still too big?
I just want to state for the record that I missed the last hearing, but I did listen to the audio. One thing that would help me is to see like an aerial or plan view of the house or of the new building in the context of the neighborhood. I was looking for it in the new plan set and I don't see
Melissa,
it.
do you have anything for Danielle to see?
Hi, everybody, Melissa Woods. We have on reports and decisions are the updated plan set. Was there a specific page that you wanted to see here?
I'm scrolling through it now. I was just to help me like understand the building in the context of the neighborhood and the abutting structures. If there was if I just see like the footprints of all the buildings, if I see how it is, yeah, I see how it is in context of the streetscape, but I'm trying to figure out how much bigger this building is, like how much further does it extend back from the other buildings? Basically, like how will it feel from the neighborhood in the back? Like how much closer does it come to them from the other buildings?
The plan set has the adjacent buildings on page 6 that I'm showing now, but doesn't have the surrounding buildings that are in the rear. But here you can see the depth of the lot.
Madam Chair, the previous plan set from the previous architect provided us with all that information, along with shadow studies, massing studies. And so I think part of my frustration is that other than putting different clothing on it, the project still hasn't changed very much. And all of a sudden the applicant has put a brand new person in front of us, a brand new set of drawings in front of us. And I'll just remind the board again, we originally agreed to discuss this project for one meeting.
That's right.
Now, sudden it's a brand new conversation with a brand new cast of characters. It makes it very difficult.
So I agree. Who's saying madam? Ian? Yes, please.
I was going to make the same comment. I mean, the understanding and the very specific comments on each representation in each drawing sheet, and the understanding that was built with the previous architect, who was already the second one, is lost. I'm at a loss of how to compare my previous comments to this new plan set. And what's important, again, that we discussed quite a bit is the front setback, right, and how to show that and how much the front footprint of the front of the building at the ground and at the balcony, the top floor, relates to the rest of the block. So I thought we were close, or I thought we communicated clearly, and now it's start all over again.
Right.
I just can't help but make that complaint.
So, Drew, I don't want to leave you out. Did you have a comment, please?
No, I commented earlier about the massing of the building on
Yeah.
that top floor needed to be set back a little bit more. I mean, I agree it's a little bit difficult for us to immediately make a judgment call because this is a new architect and a completely new aesthetic.
Okay. All right, so let's say this. At this time, I am going to close the public portion of the meeting. We've been listening to them. They've sent us letters. They keep coming, even in this, during these trying times, they try and make an effort. It's nothing new. They haven't made it smaller. They've made some revisions, but not enough for us to go ahead and approve it. I think looking at everybody tonight, if we were to take a vote, it would not pass. So here's our question. Do we make a motion to take a vote tonight and say no? And then Mr. Safdie can go forward and do what he wants. The point was he wanted to go to land court. It was the end of last year. Everybody was in a haste. Everybody was getting nervous, and we said, let's give him one more shot to come back. This has been going on now. Charlotte, I don't know if you have the number of meetings we've had that we've entertained this. So it's the pleasure of the board to vote tonight. Take a vote tonight and be done with this tonight. I see Josh is a yes. I'm a yes. Do I see Ann or Danielle? Yeah, Danielle?
We listen
Can I ask
to
a
the.
question?
But
Can I ask a question?
We
Yes,
eliminate the site.
We're still
Objection.
speaking, Charlotte.
Madam Chair, I believe if I recognize the voice correctly, that sounds like Jack Sod at the office of one of the people he has hired.
I know, but we're not finished speaking yet. I want to get the feeling of the board. I'm Danielle.
I will mute them until you are ready
Yeah,
to.
we'll be right back. Danielle.
Was this case actually remanded back to us, or are we doing this as a courtesy? Like what? I can't remember where it was when they appealed it.
Charlotte?
Did I actually remand this?
This is
Yeah,
Melissa
Melissa?
Woods. Let me bring up the memo from the courts. One moment, please.
Thank you.
So this was an order on joint request for remand.
What does that mean to us, Danielle, or anybody? Danielle?
I'm not a lawyer.
No, but you asked the question.
Most of it was remanded, and I caught some of it. Is it an order of remand? Is that what?
The parties to the lawsuit, meaning both the plaintiff, Jack Sod, and the Board of Appeals,
Right.
the ZBA, have requested that the matter be remanded to the board so that the board may reconsider its earlier decision.
Okay. So after all was said and done, are we gonna reconsider our decision? That's the question. Now, while you guys are thinking that, I'm gonna ask Charlotte to let the applicant's architect speak.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Is David speaking or who's speaking?
Madam Chair, I believe it is the architect and potentially the attorney, although I'm less sure about that. I'm just looking for their names. We have a lot of people on tonight.
Well, we have David speaking and Donald. David was the architect, I thought. Donald was the landscaper.
Yes, they're both on. They're both unmuted.
So who'd like to speak? Hello.
Yeah, I'm the architect. This is
And
Donald.
you are, for the record, you have to say your name. And who you are?
Don Leonard.
Okay, thank you, sir. What would you
Yeah.
like to say?
I don't know what to say. I'm the architect. I've worked with Jack before. We understood we're going down the right path, and then what I'm hearing is we're not. So I don't know what else to say.
Okay. And where is David? Charlotte?
Madam Chair, David is unmuted, or he is unmuted on my end, but he is self-muted. So for him to speak,
Okay,
he needs to unmute himself.
I'm sorry. I'm
That's
sorry.
okay.
I just wanted to let you know that when, Jack came to us and talked about this project, I know that he said that the original architect did something that the board wasn't really happy with because it was a more modern structure, didn't fit with a traditional neighborhood. I know that he went back to the drawing board, literally with a new architect and, put the input that he gained from the board previously to make those changes and try to, make it fit in with the neighborhood and obviously appease the neighbors to make sure that they were, that what their concerns were. I think their main concern is what I've heard here is there's 5 units in what they think is a place that should have 3 units. I would just point out that on 411, or 441, Somerville has 10 units. But anyhow, I think that with the architect Don Leonard, myself, and Jack on board, what I get is basically the setback from on the 4th floor, how far that has to be set back. I would ask for the board to give us a chance to make those changes. We have made changes for the 4th floor. I don't know the exact setback and what was requested before, but I'm sure if that's what I can see here is one of the major concerns with the board. I would ask that we could sit back with the architect and make those changes so we could move forward. I think Jack has shown, willingness to change, and he has, and he's even come in and changed with the architect. But right now, I understand that the concern is with the neighbors on the size of the building on that piece of property and the size. But that is Somerville Ave. It's not one of the side streets. It does, frontage a main street. So. But what I would ask is that, we could address, if I get what the main problem is here now, it's the setback of the beige 4th floor. But I would like to, at least if we can make that changes and submit it, to the board again. But, it's all within zoning, it seems like, but, I get the concern here is that setback of the 4th floor and being seen from Somerville Ave. So that's what I would ask that the board would consider.
All right, thank you. I want to say to the board that it wasn't just the frontage, so to speak, on the top floor. I felt a lot of the neighbors from the back felt the encroachment because it's so much higher than the other buildings. Is that what you folks get? Right. So,
Isn't it the 1st floor as well?
pardon me, Ian?
Wasn't it the 1st floor set back as well? Or were we, I don't remember the previous plan, what we settled on.
Yeah. Melissa?
For the 1st floor.
I'm sharing my screen again.
Yes. Ian has a question. And I know you
Well,
worked.
it's a question to the board as well. Just trying to remember what we had decided on the 1st floor setback.
I think there was a disagreement actually, and I'm not sure if it was resolved. I think Josh was of the opinion that it should be set back to match the facades of the 2 adjacent buildings.
Right.
I felt that that ended up being too deep of a setback than was necessary, and it actually aligns with the the 3-story building that was one over, I guess one to the east.
And the property.
Yeah.
I do recall that being a back and forth.
And I'm just curious if the architect listened to the tapes of all the previous hearings.
No, I had not.
The new architect. So that's frustrating.
Mr. Leonard?
I took my cue from Jack and from and talking with Melissa a number of times about what the concerns were, its particulars. My understanding was that the setback of the 4th floor from the front, from the Somerville Ave, that the board was looking to have that minimally line up as closely as possible to the setback of the two adjacent buildings' bay windows, which is 7 feet off the lot line. And there's a dotted line on this plan going vertically that shows it's relatively close to that. And I understood that I understood it as a board requirement. And I didn't have a lot of time on this. I was just brought in late. And no, I did not listen to any of the audio tapes.
All right. Speak,
far-
the board.
If I may.
Yes, Josh, hello. Mr. Sapp.
I would like to take a vote and move along. I'm not interested in continuing. I mean, now the architect is throwing his client under the bus, saying that he was acting in the direction of the client. I mean, this is a waste of everyone's time.
I'm ready to vote tonight. Josh is ready to vote. Anybody else? Ann is.
Yeah.
Elaine, you have something to say?
Are we voting to continue or taking a vote to?
No, this is it. This is it. Everybody keeps coming back, a little. It's done. We've really extended, I think, a real lot of professional courtesy. And the neighbors, we have to take their quality of life into consideration as well. So I think the vote tonight would be to stick with the vote would be, and Madam Clerk, Melissa can chime in on this. The vote would be to uphold our vote of denial that we had back in December. Am I right?
If I may interrupt, Chair, this is Melissa Woods. This is a new case number and effectively considered a new case, so it would be a vote to deny.
Oh, okay. All right. Straight out. All right. So that's it. Elaine? Elaine, I hear you.
Could they opt to withdraw so that they can come back sooner if they have a new plan? If it's a no vote, they can't come back for a couple of years.
You are correct. You could extend withdraw to the applicant. One of the reasons why this project was appealed was because it was under the old zoning, and that's the project in front of you right now is using the BA zone because of the timing of the appeal effectively freezes the zoning.
Right.
But a new project would be under the new.
Because I want to, okay.
So it's the BA and the RB, and it's a new zone, and it's a new case.
If a new project was pursued, it would be a new case and a new zoning district.
But this here, what's in front of us tonight, this 2019-114R1, that's not a new case.
No, it is seen as a new case.
See, I never understood
the
that.
remand.
So we can offer the client a withdrawal without prejudice as opposed to a no.
Yes.
Okay. So what's the pleasure of the applicant? Would you like to withdraw without prejudice at this point and regroup?
Madam Chair, David Stafier, I believe you are with the applicant. If you could unmute. I've unmuted only you to reduce the amount of feedback that we get.
Go ahead. Hello, Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Hello, this is Jack Saad. I want to say something, if I may. I'm grateful to your time that you provided us. I listened to you how you led the movement to approve the hotel because you felt that's the right thing to do. We come here on remand. Mr. Brockerman want us to have the front setback match 441. We done that. Ms. Brockerman had a problem with the setback with the projection on the side. We eliminate that. Mr. Josh Savdi want a top floor to match the adjacent building. We done that. We ask not to seek variance to reduce the building. We eliminate the rear lot that its zone RP. We dedicated as open space. We're not asking for any variance. We're talking about the size of a building. It's 50% what's allowed. This proposal would replace a 5,000 square feet of pavement and ugly building to provide 35% of the site as landscape. We done everything that the neighbor want. Neighbor didn't want any parking in the rear portion. We listened to that. We reduced the number of parking from 9 to 5. We left the rear parking all a green space. Part of the requirement that we have a landscape architect redo the landscaping. We will do whatever it takes. I wanna finalize and say we're not asking for any variance. We're doing everything by the code. We listened to Mrs. Brockman. We listened to Mrs. to Josh Safdie to say we did not listen. This is not fair. If there is anything that the board member want us to do reasonably, we will be more than happy to. We designed this building 5 times. We reduce it to 50%. We allow 10,000 square feet. We only propose 5,000 square feet. Is there anything that the board would like us to do? This is not an App Street. This is not a Granite Street. This is Somerville Ave. We just approved 471 5-unit, typical to this project. There is hotel coming up. This is a busy Somerville Ave. This is not a side street of Knapp. I'll be more than happy to listen to whatever Ms. Brockman or Just Savdie or Ms. Severino or you want us to do to make this project at your approval. It make a great deal for me that we could work out our difference here. I urge you, Madam Chairman, guide us, tell us what the board would like else to modify this proposal to get your approval.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So the pleasure of the board, would you like to offer the client again withdraw without prejudice so they can listen, have the new architect and stuff, listen to all the tapes and do that, and then come back with their new plan, making the plan. You know, I don't want to get into a debate with Mr. Safdie because he wasn't even supposed to be speaking. That was the deal to come back, that his professionals would. But you were very eloquent, and I hear what you're saying. But what we're saying is it's too big. I can't say it anymore. The people in the back are all saying it. If I'm understanding, the people in the back are saying it. Some of us on the board are saying it. I think there's lots of improvements that have been made.
They're giving you the opportunity.
You know, and so I want to know what's the pleasure of the board. I want to know how do we go forward? Withdraw or what? Or not approve the application that's in front of us now?
I mean, I would be
Madam
fine
Chair, I
with that.
thought we were
Go ahead.
we were posing it to the applicant to see if he wanted to withdraw.
Right. That's I'm still on the same page, right? So, okay, here's the question to the applicant and to his spokespeople. You have your choice right now to withdraw without prejudice and or let us take our vote now on what you've presented this evening.
I mean,
What's your pleasure?
if we withdraw it and we submit something, we want to hear the guidance from the board. The board told us to eliminate the projection, match the top floor to
This
the.
is Mr. Safdie speaking.
This is Mr. Saad.
David? Is David there? Or Don Leonard?
I'm here.
Yes, I'm here.
Who's that?
This is David Staffier.
Hi, David. So here's the deal. Do you
Yes.
want to throw it out prejudice tonight? Go back, have your architect and whomever look over all the tapes, listen to what Ann Brackelman, Josh Safdie, I said, Drew Kane, Danielle and Elaine, and come back, or do you want to take a vote? If you withdraw without prejudice, you have time to go back and talk with staff again and understand that the project's just too big.
Chair,
think-
may I interrupt?
Yes, I'm sorry, Melissa?
A withdrawal would end the project.
It would.
Yes. I believe there might be some court actions available for the applicant. I'm not a lawyer. I can't advise him on that. But a withdrawal is an end to a case, except in land court appeals. A continuance would be exactly what you're describing, where he could review past tapes, edit.
Yeah, I will be on the continuance, Melissa. I don't think the board wants to entertain that.
We want them to vote.
An approval or a denial, which you're
We
familiar
go
with.
to court.
Elaine's got her hand up. Can I have a little order?
I'm not going.
Mute the client, please.
Yes.
Yes,
Severino? Elaine Severino, do you want to speak?
Well, I wondered if, since there is, I know there's been many changes and a couple of architects, and it seems like you were describing a continuance, and perhaps they could take more than 2 weeks because the new architect would have to listen to all the tapes, listen to what the neighbors are saying, not just us. The neighbors are saying it's too big. If the new architect could listen to all of, and there are hours and hours and hours connected to this parcel. So I think it would be quite some time for the new architect to listen to all of that and see if he could come up with something that would take care of all the comments. And that would be a continuance, but I don't think we should see these people in 2 weeks. I think they need more time.
Danielle? Danielle?
Something is making a lot of noise. I'm having a hard time hearing.
I know it. Charlotte?
Madam Chair, that was me. I apologize.
Oh, okay.
Danielle?
What
Ian?
is the question on it appears that it does not have the votes to be approved tonight.
Right.
So.
And here's the question. If they ask for a continuance, because Josh, we lost you, so I don't know if you were on board. If they cannot withdraw without prejudice, because that will close the case. They can't come back. If they continue, they can come back. But I am tired at this point, and I think it's starting to get abusive now, that they keep coming back, chiseling away. We want the project smaller. I don't care if the top floor comes off completely or they bump it back in the front. If they can't make a major change, then we're not going to entertain them on a continuance. Is that what I get from you guys?
Madam Chair, I'm not willing to consider a continuance, period.
Okay.
I thought that's where we were before Mr. Saad's speech. I thought we were offering either a vote or withdrawal.
Thank you. Everybody else, what do you want to do? Josh? Drew? Are you ready to vote tonight, or did you want to do a continuance?
Well, I'm willing to offer them a continuance to literally go back to the drawing board, because this is the first attempt this architect has had to take a stab at it. And I'm concerned that he didn't actually really dive back into it to see what the comments were. That would be my
That
vote.
didn't make any difference on this. This is another architect. They just got rid of one. Now we have another, and he never listened to the tapes or anything. So
I know.
how do we know we can go forward with this gentleman?
I mean, I'm willing to continue and give him one more shot, but that's, that's my opinion.
Okay. Ian and Danielle, where are you? I'm no.
A no on a continuance.
Right. I
I
want
mean,
to hold that decision.
I mean, I could go either way. I see arguments for both sides.
Well, you do have to make a decision, because if not, we're at deadlock here. We need the four. Elaine and Drew are willing to continue again. So we
Well, I
can
don't
do
think
it
Drew's
for hour
voting
and
on
a
this.
half, another night.
I think Drew's not voting on this because he's the alternate.
So
right.
he's us, because there's a five.
You just asked my opinion.
Yeah.
Ian, we can't hear you, hon. I can't. Can anybody hear Ian?
No.
No. Ian, we can't hear you. Can't hear you. Ian Brockelman.
Madam Chair, if I may, Anne, I believe your phone might have disconnected. It's telling you that you need to enter a PIN. So if you want to call back in, that should do it.
Call back in.
I believe you can hear us, correct? You just can't speak.
Hello. Ian, speak. Can you hear us?
Chair Fontano, it's Melissa. I believe she's dialing back in, and that'll give her the audio capabilities and allow her to hear us again.
I love all this technology.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know what happened. Sorry about that.
You gotta pay that phone bill every month, you know.
I mean, I was saying this is really not that big a deal of a project. I mean, it's a small, straightforward project. It's really the communication that's gotten into the way of the applicant, and just shown over and over. Somehow we're unable to communicate as clear as to result in understanding on his part. That's why it's frustrating that the third architect now is not listening to the old tapes, because we have to say the same thing over and over. I mean, I guess I'm willing to continue once more. My point really is more that we're all tired of making the same comments to a new set of people. And then, the applicant is playing telephone and not passing that message on. So, I mean, I guess once more, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm pretty frustrated. And then, to single out board members as well is, not appreciated.
I hear you. Danielle?
I mean, I'm willing to
go to one more. Continue.
Yeah.
Okay.
With the time limit, though, I don't want to spend an hour and a half on this. It's not fair. We have about 60 people waiting to speak for Clarendon, and they've now been waiting an hour and a half because of this project that should not take this long every single time we talk about it.
Thank you.
So I think it shouldn't get more than 30 minutes whenever they come back.
Okay. So, to the applicant, We're gonna, if you'd like to have a continuance tonight, you want to request it, we're gonna honor it. But would really like you to go to the drawing board, take the time you need, listen to the tapes, look at the plans, and really listen to what people have had to say. It's not the design at this point. For me, it's the size. The design, color, I like all that. I like the side bays were taken out. I like the lining up the windows. I think that's all very considerate. There's not much landscaping there, so, you know, we kind of take what we get. We understand it's the city and stuff. But I'd really advise you, especially Mr. Leonard, the architect, to really take some time and look at the plans, listen to the tapes, and then work with Melissa Woods. Melissa, are you still there, willing to give them another shot?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. So is Mr. Leonard there? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Does that sound like a deal?
That's something I can certainly do, yes. I'm more than willing to do that.
Okay, so would you folks like to formally request a continuance?
I think Jack has to address that. He's the applicant.
Yep.
Madam Chair, if I may, David, again, you're self-muted. If you could unmute so that Jack can speak, that would be much appreciated.
All right.
Okay.
Great. I want to be fair. Everything I heard from every single member, I pass it to all the architects. The previous architect designed very modern stuff.
The question,
board
Mr.
did not
Safdie,
appreciate.
hello, Mr. Safdie, there's no more talk. Here's the question. Would you like to ask for a formal continuance on your case tonight?
Yeah, what they want us to do.
Yes, we are requesting a formal continuance, and I know we want to know what they want to do. You want, the size is the question.
That's the major issue, and you can listen to the tapes, and you can speak to Melissa and work it out. I'd like the clerk to please make a motion for a continuance on this case, please, at this time.
To which meeting? Sometime in July? When's the July meeting? Is it just one?
This is Charlotte speaking. There is just one meeting in July. Let me pull up my calendar of ZBA meetings very quickly. The July meeting is on July 15th. So the deadline for getting us new plans would be a week or two from now. The next meeting after that is, give me 1 second, is August 5th. The next meeting after that is August 19th.
I think August 5th, more reasonable. Danielle, what do you think? Okay?
I think it'll take August 5th because they need to completely rework this.
Okay. So,
I'm being told by my client, this is David Staff here.
yes, David.
I'm being told by my client that he doesn't want a continuance. This is the smallest he can do it, but so he's asking for a vote on the project.
Okay. All right. Yep. So, let the record show that Mr. Safdie feels it wouldn't be prudent for him to make the project any smaller. He's gone as much as he can. And so we're going to take a vote now. Yes, Daniel, you're shaking your head?
Just saying that's Josh's last name. His name is Mr. Sad, I think.
Sadi. What is it?
Staffier, Staffier, Staffier.
No, Jack's last name.
Jack is Saad, Saade.
That's I apologize. Sorry, Josh. It's trying. This is very trying. Thank you, Danielle. I apologize to everybody.
Okay, so in the matter of case CBA 2019-114-R1, 453 Stonewall Ave, I make a motion that we deny the request for the special permits.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Elaine Severino. All in favor of the denial on 453 Somerville Avenue, ZBA 2019-114-R1. Please say aye when you're called upon. Elaine Severino,
Aye.
Susan Fontano, aye. Josh Safdie,
Aye.
Drew Kane.
Aye.
Danielle Evans,
Aye.
and Ann Brockelman. So
Aye.
that's the denial, not approving it. Did we do that right, staff?
Madam Chair, this is Charlotte speaking. You did that correctly. The vote will be 0550. The project has been denied with 5 voting again to deny the project, since
you.
Drew is an alternate.
Okay, thank you so much. So, if everybody's still on board here, we can do 345 Medford Street.
Madam Chair, this is Charlotte speaking. If I may, we have a number of, looking through the names, we have a number of members of the public who appear to be here for Clarendon Hill. And if we could, I would request that we take that case first, so that anyone who is here for Clarendon Hill can comment on it and then have their night be over.
I thought we discussed why we were setting up the agenda as we did.
We did, but to be honest, I did not expect this case to take quite as long as it did. And so if the chair is willing, I would request that we take Clarendon next.
The reason that we did this for the board to understand, if people understand, is the Clarendon Hill is going to take a lot of time with the presentation, and I didn't want to make, you know, these other couple of cases waiting all this time. I was trying to give them a little courtesy. What, Elaine?
Are there many people that want to speak for the other 2 cases, Medford Street and Union Square?
This is Charlotte speaking. It's a little hard to tell who wants to speak for which case, since all I can see is people's names. I would suspect that there are people who would like to speak for all of the cases, but don't have a way of confirming that. Madam Chair, if I may, Ward 4 Councillor Jesse Klingon is with us. If I could unmute him to speak.
Please.
Jesse, or Councillor Klingon, you are unmuted.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Ms. Chair Fontana, for your consideration. I don't expect 345 Medford to go that long. It's been we've been in the community with this for quite some time now, so I do appreciate your consideration on taking that before Clarendon Hill, which I agree with you. I understand that it's going to be that's quite an immense project. So that's all I have to say, and I do have things to weigh in on 345, so I will be standing by.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I think we should stick with the going ahead. I don't want to take it out of order.
Very well, Madam Chair.
So 345 Medford Street, let's go.
Okay, this is a new case that has to be open, correct?
That is correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Case ERA 2020-0052, 345 Medford Street. 345 Medford Street LLC proposes to construct a 6-story general building with a non-conforming rear setback in the mid-rise 4 district. This proposal requires 3 hardship variances for additional floors, for additional building height, and for encroachment on the rear yard setback.
Thank you, Danielle. Good evening.
Madam Chair, I have muted Richard DiGirolamo. Mr. DiGirolamo, what is the name of your client that is here so that I can unmute them as well?
Good evening, Madam Chair. Rich DiGirolamo, attorney for the applicant. We're also joined by Evan Stellman from Khalsa Design, who will be speaking. And I believe on our side, that's probably the only two speakers we have. I do know that I do believe Adam Dash is here on behalf of his client at 343 Medford Street, who I believe is speaking in support. And I think that there is a few members of the public, although I don't know who was there, who was speaking, but I think there's probably at least 2 or 3 others from the Gilman Neighborhood Association.
All set, Charlotte?
Yes, I've unmuted Richard DiGirolamo and Evan Stellman from the application team.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, Rich DiGirolamo, 424 Broadway, Somerville, on behalf of the applicant, 345 Medford Street, LLC. They are the contract purchaser of this commercial property that's located at 345 Medford Street. It's a presently occupied by Good Gas. It's previously was previously Vincenti's gas station and auto repair. The site is 12,143 square feet. It's located in an MR4 zoning district. The proposal is to demolish the existing gas station, construct a 6-story general building as defined under MR4 zoning. The building would accommodate approximately 4,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space that in all likelihood would house a restaurant use. There are additionally on the first level some tenant amenities. It would also consist, the building would also consist of 5 additional floors of residential units, most of which are smaller in size. 14 of the 52 units are studios, 28 are 1-bedroom. So a total of 42 out of the 52 units are either studios or 1-bedrooms. Additionally, there are 8 2-bedroom units and there are 2 3-bedroom units. The units, as I indicated, are fairly small in size. They range from the smallest being 350 square feet to 1,000 square feet. The site is located directly across from the future Gilman Square Green Line stop. Because of the site's direct proximity to public transportation and given the size of the units, there are only 5 parking spaces that have been provided. The parking is surface and would, in all likely, have a short-term rental service that would be housed there. There are additionally 60 long-term bicycle parking spaces and 10 short-term bicycle parking spaces at the site. Madam Chair, the planning board is the permit granting authority for this project, which requires site plan approval. However, the project does require 3 hardship variances, which your board acts as permit granting authority over. The 3 variances sought are for height. The building is 67 feet in height. 52 feet is permitted in the MR4 zoning district. Additionally, there is a variance needed for the number of stories. A 4-story building is permitted in an MR4. This building, as indicated, is 6 stories in height. And then finally, we need a 3rd variance for rear yard setback. The rear yard setback here is 10 feet. 20 feet is required on the lower floors. And on the 6th floor, our rear yard setback goes to 15 feet and 30 feet would be required. Before I touch upon the criteria for the granting of hardship variances, Madam Chair, I'd like to briefly indicate to the board that the plan that before you represents approximately a year and a half of various iterations that have been developed for the development of this site. The project team has worked very closely with the Gilman Square Neighborhood Association and commercial and residential abutters to the site. The building at 343 Medford Street, which is our direct commercial neighbor. I previously had issues with the development. I now believe that they support the proposal, as does the Gilman Square Neighborhood Association. We've had at least 3 neighborhood meetings sponsored by Councilor Klingon. The Neighborhood Association is a major proponent of the higher density than was permitted by the MR4 district, given the proximity of the site to public transportation. From a zoning standpoint, I think your board would find that each of the variances that are being sought here meet the findings for the granting of hardship variances. There are clearly special circumstances that exist relating to soil conditions and the shape of the lot. The lot is contaminated. As part of your materials, I think you have a very extensive environmental report from IES Environmental Consultants, which should be included as part of your packet. The extent of the contamination is in all likelihood going to require soil removal from the site. The remediation of the site will add several hundreds of thousands of dollars to the project, and the added costs, the site costs here, really are what would require a greater degree of density to offset the remedial costs. This affects, I think, directly both the height variance and the variance for the number of stories. The 2 extra stories and the increase in the number of units that makes possible makes the project economically feasible. The second criteria for the granting of variances, which is economic feasibility. As for the building being a 4-story building, it would not permit the density that's needed to offset the additional site costs. So we definitely need a 6-story building here, and the 52 units, which are smaller in size, make that possible. Minimizing the impact of the 5 spaces, given the proximity of the site to public transportation, we think that the impact of having only 5 parking spaces, makes it possible. Larger units would obviously not make possible doing only 5 parking spaces. But given that some of these units are as small as 350 square feet in size, the greater number of units over a larger number of floors makes this economically possible. Doing a 4-story building here with ground floor commercial would not permit a reasonable use of the property, and would in all likelihood result in the site remaining automotive use, which it has a history of over 5 decades being an automotive use. As for the rear yard setback, it is presently a 0. The building that's currently there, the automotive building that's currently there, is on the lot line. We are providing 10 feet. 20-foot setback threatens the likely success of a ground floor restaurant, or whoever the commercial tenant turns out to be. We hope it is a restaurant. The site, to be successful for a restaurant, needs to extend deeper into the site. So moreover, the current building, as I indicated, that's there, is literally on the lot line. So I think from the standpoint of the rear neighbor to this site that's most affected by the rear yard setback, the elimination of the automotive use, which is clearly a noxious use, in presenting a 10-foot setback, is 10 feet more space than they presently have. So I think it's clearly not injurious, but rather an improvement over what's there. Moreover, the rear lot line slices across the rear of the lot in an angle. So I think you would find that there are special circumstances relating to the shape of the lot as to justify the rear yard setback variance. Finally, I would urge a board to find that the height variance and the number of stories, the variance for the number of stories are not injurious to the neighborhood. The greater density permitted by these two variances is in fact overwhelmingly supported by the neighborhood. The size of the units is not likely to generate an excessive number of vehicle trips, particularly given that the building's location is across from the Gilman Square Green Line stop. We did do a shadow study, which was prepared by Khalsa Design, which shows that the extra height does not result in very much shading, particularly during the summer solstice, except during the winter solstice. The removal of the automotive use substituted by a new mixed-use building is a substantial improvement to the neighborhood, hardly a substantial detriment. So I think you would find that that criteria exists. Finally, I would urge a board to find that the 3 variances that are being sought here will not create a detriment to the public good or nullify or substantially derogate from the intent and purpose of the MR4 zoning district, which is intended to promote mixed-use buildings, to provide quality commercial spaces that are sustainable and increase residential density. Additionally, 10 of these units, or 20%, would be set aside as inclusionary and made available to moderate and low-income households in accordance with the ordinance and therefore in accordance with the findings required under 4.2.3. That concludes my presentation, Madam Chair. Unless you have any questions, I think Evan Stellman from Khalsa Design, who are the project architects, probably just want to briefly go over the some of the exterior features to the buildings and answer any questions which you may have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Charlotte, could you please skip to page 22 of the PDF? I'll just go over the exterior. Go from there. Charlotte?
Yes, we are at page 22. There's a slight lag, so it might take a second before it gets to the page that I've scrolled to.
Oh, there we go. So per the city's suggestions, we developed a building that had a
Could
prominent.
you state, hello, excuse me, for the record, you must state your name and who you're representing.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Evan Stellman, S-T-E-L-L-M-A-N, from Khalsa Design, and our offices are located at 17 Ivalou Street here in Somerville.
Thank you.
Okay. So per the city's suggestions, we developed a structure that had a prominent base, middle, and cap. As you can see here in this rendering, the bottom 2 floors would be made of a higher quality limestone or cast stone veneer. The next 3 floors would be comprised of a brick massing, and the entire building is capped with a metal clad penthouse floor, which is stepped back from the floors below. On the main elevation, we wanted to break up the massing with a series of recessed portions of the building, and within that we have some recessed window elements. So that basically goes over the main design of the building. I don't know if you'd like to ask some questions from here.
Okay. Now we must open this up to the floor to anybody that signed in that they wanted to speak for or against this project?
Madam Chair, hi, sorry, Charlotte. This is Rebecca Lynn Cooper. May I just add 2 small points before you open to the community?
Yes.
I just wanted to note that there was a little misspeaking. This building has 53 units. I just want to make sure we're absolutely clear for the record. And that the rear encroachment that we're talking about, this is an MR4 district. The first, second, and third floors per the code would be required to have a 20-foot setback. And as the applicant noted, they currently have a 10, so that's the required ask there. For the fourth, and should you choose to grant the 5th and 6th stories, for both of those as well, the requirement would be for a 30-foot setback for all 3 of those stories. And I think, as they've noted, they are currently maintaining a 15-foot setback.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
who's speaking?
Sorry, this was Charlotte. Continue.
Charlotte. Are we ready?
I am ready if you are for public comment.
Yes.
Okay. So Councillor Klingon has asked to go last, so I'm going to save him for the end, if that is acceptable, and start with Justin Moling. Justin, you are muted.
Can you raise my hand? I don't know. It's okay. Sorry,
Do you have your timer, Charlotte?
I do have my timer. Justin, you are unmuted if you would like to speak.
Hello, Justin? Can you hear us? Charlotte?
I see no technical issue that he couldn't speak from my end, but I'm going to remute him and give him a chance to figure that out and move on to Stani Iordanovna. Stani, you are unmuted.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Stani Iordanova. I'm at 11 Lee Street. I'm a representative of the Gilman Square Neighborhood Association, serving on the steering committee. Ilan Sassoon and his team have been exemplary in their engagement of our neighborhood and our group in particular, and have our support for the project. They have met with us multiple times over the last year. They have listened carefully to our wants and needs and implemented a majority of them in their project. Among those sort of requests that we made that were implemented were improving the visual appearance of the building, some green building elements such as a green roof and rainwater collection, including more 2-bedroom units so the building would be more family friendly, engaging the local artist community, adding more commercial space to the first floor, increasing the floor height in commercial space, which is more favorable for restaurants and cafes, planting trees on the street, and in general, creating a more vibrant streetscape. That is the list, and they have listened and implemented all of that. And we're also supportive of building more housing units near public transit in general, supportive of transit-oriented development, and this project is 2 minutes away from the Green Line stop. So we really appreciate their effort in engaging us. They have our support and the variances they're seeking. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, next up is Christine Carolino. Christine, or Carlino, Christine, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Christine Carlino. I live at 378 Medford Street, which is just a block from this development project. And I am also a representative of the Gilman Square Neighborhood Association. So I just wanted to reiterate a lot of the things that Stani has said. Ilan and his team have worked really, well with the community. Throughout the last year, Ilan and his team met with us during our monthly meetings at least twice that I recall. And he had several sort of focus group meetings with members of the community. I'd like to add to Stunny's comment that Gilman Square Neighborhood Association has over 100 members as of right now. And last year, because of all of the community engagement that Elon had committed to, the Gilman Square Neighborhood Association did take a vote to support Elon's project with the variances and the design as is. His engagement and his desire to work with the community and the city throughout this process, I think, is an example of what we should all strive for as our cities and communities are changing and evolving over time. In addition to that, GSNA voted to award Elon with the GSNA's 2020 Community Engagement Award for his dedication to the community process. And I think that says a lot about how much he's done with us. So I think we would just ask that you grant him the variances that they're requesting in order to move forward with the project as is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, up next is Justin. He let me know that his technology is working. So Justin, you are unmuted and have 2 minutes.
I hope it's working. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful.
For the
My name is
record,
Justin Maley.
hello, Justin. For the record, state your name and address, and then you can continue.
Yes. My name is Justin Mailing. I live at 87 Marshall Street, which is less than a block behind this building. About 2.5 years ago, I organized the Gilman Square Neighborhood Association. My colleagues on the steering committee have shared with you more information about that. I am also a member of the community working group for the Green Line extension. I'm a homeowner and member of the Marshall Stickney Condo Association. We've really been working a lot with Elon and his team in order to make this project a success. It started out not so great. It ended with a lot of community participation and many design changes after listening to the community. I'm sorry. I ask that you support their request to seek variances to the zoning code. I think that there's a lot of really exciting stuff happening in Gilman Square, and a lot of that is centered around issues of density and the association with the Green Line stop. So thank you for your time. I don't want to take up too much or say more than my colleagues have already said. Again, please support this project.
Thank you. Just for the record, some of you folks have sent in letters, and Justin's was one of them. So thank you, Justin. Next, please.
Madam Chair, next is Adam Dash. Adam Dash, you're unmuted.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Barely.
I'm hearing some, oh, all right. Well, I'm getting some nods, so that's something.
That's better. Yeah.
That's right. All right. Adam Dash, 48 Grove Street in Somerville. As Rich had said earlier, I represent the abutting property owner, which is Malta Realty Trust LLC, which is the owner of 343 Medford Street, colloquially known as the Piano Building. My client does support this project and this application for relief and asks you to approve it. As Rich intimated, we did, you may recall, we did oppose it originally back when it came before you under the old zoning. However, with the new zoning, which is requiring less relief to be sought, and the changes in the plans from the original filing, my client's in support of the project. We believe it would be a spark to energize Gilman Square, and support use of the new Green Line station and urge you to approve it.
Thank you, Mr. Dash.
Madam Chair, this is Charlotte speaking. Stephen Nutter is up next. Stephen, you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Stephen Nutter. I'm at 24 Maple Avenue, which is a block and a half, 2 blocks away from this project. I've been here for about 10 years and have always dreamed of of seeing new development happening in Gilman Square. And I think what you're looking at when you look at that rendering across the street is a whole bunch of construction materials and equipment, and that's because that project is that site will soon someday be something other than a pile of dirt or an empty building. And so it's really been great to work with Elon and to see this project, because it's really the first step in remaking a Gilman Square that really works for everyone in the community, and hopefully brings back some good green space and a place for us to be around this brand new Green Line stop. So it's been really great, and I definitely support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that is all of the members of the public. I'm now going to unmute Councillor Klingon to speak. Councillor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You are on. There you go.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you to the ZBA. I'll be brief. My name is Jesse Klingon. I'm the city councilor for Ward 4. I live at 33 Puritan Road, Somerville. I've been very engaged in a lot of this process, and I don't know, not to just to pile on, and to also though give my qualifiers that I swore to never take developer money. I am not anti-developer, but certainly I'm very cautious with the developers. When I got into office, I have to say that Elon Sassoon has not only shown that he is committed to community, but he's shown up many times. These iterations that you've seen are after a long community process. So I'm here to sort of echo the voices of my community, the folks that have already spoken. But I do want to add my own personal view that that this gentleman has certainly gone above and beyond, especially when it comes to in terms of the variances. The city has asked him to do something very innovative, and I know you folks have approved at least one other such project, which I think was in Boynton Yards or Washington something. Basically, I'm talking about the zero parking factor, where we have a parking office that is essentially we've made it possible that you can certainly make transit-oriented housing. But of course, I have spoken to Elon, and I do really require and push is it necessary to market this housing as transit-oriented, as car-free living. Except, of course, we've made the provisions for folks in affordable units, as well as people with handicap placards and so on. They'll still be able to get the permit. So we have asked a lot of him, and he's actually gone along with us on this journey of sort of like innovation and transit-oriented future of Somerville. So I applaud him for that. I applaud him for all the different iterations. He actually changed a lot of things to adhere to the new zoning even before it was necessary. And so I'm glad that he has continued to persevere and push forward on this project where others may have just thrown in the towel. But essentially, this is a gentleman who has been committed to our city and to Gilman Square especially. And I think this is going to kick off things in Gilman Square in the right way. So I do ask that you approve his variances this evening. And again, with the approval of my community and the residents of it, which make up, many of whom make up the Gilman Square Neighborhood Association, I do ask for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it, Charlotte?
Madam Chair, that is everyone that I have seen raise their hands.
Okay.
So I'm assuming that is it.
All right. I think we're going to close the public portion after seeing what's been presented and hearing what they're saying and the blessing of the counselor. I'd like to open it up to the board now for their questions and for us to study the variant. So who'd like to step up and go first?
Unmute. Put them down. I don't need to.
Nobody. Is everybody happy?
I can't get my hand up. I'll speak.
Okay,
Can't seem to get in target with my hand here.
go ahead, Elaine.
I had a couple of questions. I'm happy that everybody's in favor of it. I'm not so in favor of it. I think it's much too big. I'm looking at drawing AV3 and I get horrified when I see those little houses next door, but apparently they're okay with it. When I look at drawing AV5, that even scares me even more. It looks like a monster jumping out of a nice little neighborhood. So I just think it's too high, too big. And I had a question about the roof deck. Is that open to all the people in the building or just the people on the top floor? Who gets the 5 parking spaces? And somebody made a comment, I think one of the neighbors, about the green space coming back. Certainly it does have more green space than the gas station, but I don't really think there's much green space coming back to that site at all. When I look at, I think it might be L1, it's very scant.
Madam
So
Chair.
That's it.
Madam Chair, sorry, Rebecca Cooper for the staff. I just want to make it clear that the roof deck and some other elements will be reviewed by the planning board. What the team is asking for are the 3 variances, the 2 extra floors, the height that would enable those extra 2 floors, and then the rear encroachment.
Thank you for clarifying that.
My apologies for the interruption.
No, not at all. So this is true. What we have in front of us tonight is the variances. And as we spoke up about one of them in particular would be the 2 floors. That's why Rebecca stressed about the 30 feet and the 15 feet. So what's the feeling? Can we go around here? Who'd like to speak first? Elaine's all set. Drew?
I have a question. I mean, they're seeking variances due to hardship of the environmental conditions on the site. And Mr. DiGirolamo is saying how, it relates to the cost of remediation of the site, which is why they're trying to justify additional density, height, number of stories. And I feel like I'm kind of taking him at his word a little bit, and I've seen no proof that that's actually the case. I don't know if there's been, pro forma that's been run on this development to prove to us that that is the case. So I'm a little hesitant just to take them at the word that there's a hardship because of the environmental conditions that then justifies additional height, additional stories, and a setback. So that's, for my issue, it's less to do with the project. I agree that it's kind of hulking. So I kind of agree with Elaine that it's big for the site in my estimation, but it's more that I don't really see the proof in front of me or the substance or material to make that conclusion.
Sure, I'm happy to. Yeah, I'm happy to address that. I don't know if can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully you've had an opportunity to read, there's a report from IES, which I assume was part of your packages. It's a phase 2 subsurface investigation dated from December 2nd, 2019. It definitely concludes, I think, that in all probability soil would need to be removed from the site, which, as you probably are aware, is extremely expensive. We have not finalized our cost numbers yet on what the extent of the cleanup will be or the remediation will be, because in large part we probably will not know definitive numbers until once the building is demolished and we open up the ground. But I think based on the sampling that they have already taken, it's clear that there's going to have to be some soil in all likelihood that would be removed from that site. So that is clearly a cost. And have you had an opportunity through the chair?
I looked at, I reviewed the report. I didn't read all 109 pages, but I did read through it. But I guess my question is, how are we to know necessarily that, or to be able to sort of have faith in the justification that the cost of the cleanup of the site therefore requires additional height and density without I mean, Josh is kind of just nodding his head, so I don't want to keep repeating my point.
Chair Fontano, if this is Melissa Woods, may I offer
Yes,
something?
please. Yep.
When questions like this arise, I know it used to happen with wireless cases under different regulations, and I know this came up, I believe, with US2 when they were in front of the planning board and people were asking for an underground garage. But
Yes.
it is certainly within your right as the board to hire, to ask and have staff facilitate a peer review process to basically review the applicant's submittal for those findings that they are in that hardship. We have a lot of expertise on the boards and as staff, but weighing those considerations like Drew mentioned are definitely something that are a specialized field.
I agree, and it is, we know what's been there, and we can really say for the most part, it is going to be, contaminated. It seems other projects that have come up to us from way back 10, 15 years ago, Home Depot, all this stuff, we know they're going to be. So like you're saying, Drew, you got to take their word for it. They're doing some estimates. A lot of it's a little logical. We don't know the numbers. Like you're saying, does it really need 2 extra floors than maybe some of the people would want? My 2 cents before I jump over to Josh is that when we say about some of these buildings that are too big, my question is, what is the vision of the area as we evolve now into this 21st century and the green line and all that jazz? And you have certain streets, whether it be Broadway or Somerville Ave, that are going to warrant the bigger buildings. What I always keep saying is we've got to try and preserve the back of the buildings with the setbacks and stuff like that. So that, Josh, you understand what I'm saying from an architect's point of view? No sound, Josh.
Josh, you're muted.
I do, Madam Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I was nodding in agreement with Drew. I mean, this is the hardship variance is a new thing for, for staff and for us. I think we're trying to work through it. But when I think about a parallel that I deal with on a regular basis, with the State Architectural Access Board, if you want to request a variance because of hardship, you have to make the case that complying with the code would result in excessive cost without significant benefit to people with disabilities. And even in cases where it's patently obvious that it would be a huge cost to put an elevator in a historic building or something like that, the applicant still has to put together a cost estimate in order to explain, what the actual impact of full compliance would be. And so I think, that's why I was nodding as much as I was with what Drew was saying, because I think it's really parallel. It's really hard to know, without seeing something akin to a pro forma for the development costs and what the difference, in potential profit 2 stories would be that would then be eaten up by remediation. But I don't really know what to do, because I feel like we don't have enough guidance from staff yet on what the expectations should be of applicants.
Rebecca or Melissa?
Yes,
Chair,
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Rebecca.
Okay, Madam Chair, Rebecca Cooper speaking. I just wanted to note that the Gilman Square area has had a neighborhood plan completed for it. The work that came out of that neighborhood plan specified 4 stories for the buildings in and around this area. So the zoning was set for this area as 4 stories coming out of that neighborhood plan. I think that I will turn it over then to Melissa for the point that she wants to make.
Melissa?
Through the chair, no, that's exactly what I wanted to bring up. The zoning subsequently showed what was in the neighborhood plan of 4 stories. There has been a lot of evolution, I think, in the neighborhood since then. I know the GSNA did not exist. Neighborhood plans are, you know, a 18 to 2-year period of time where we put our best thoughts forward, but implementation takes something like 20 years. So a mixed use district around Gilman Square is definitely something that we, with the neighborhood, envisioned here, but the story and height variance is here for a reason, because it doesn't match the zoning. So I think Councillor Klingon actually had his hand raised.
Madam Chair, I'm going to unmute Councillor Klingon.
Okay.
Councillor Klingon, there you go.
Yeah, thank you. On the point of height and the hulking, again, one thing I was going to say was that, as Ms. Cooper said, that the neighborhood plan called for 4 stories, but that you know, we essentially, so when I did the zoning map, I knew that you know, 4 stories was probably that we would be working with developers on additional heights, and based on what they were willing to do, and that's kind of how we were able to you know, get some of the community benefits that we worked on with the developer. But as to the hulking itself, I mean, like, so the vision, and I'm glad you said that, Ms. Fontana, the vision, Chair Fontana, the vision for Gilman Square itself is that you know, this is a transit node. We do expect, and if you look at sort of the way that the hill goes up Medford Street, and you have that big senior housing building, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it does, next to those houses, it looks a little jarring, but right. You know, for all we know, you know, those houses sell tomorrow, and you know, the 2 of them, and they build a building on this transit node. Essentially, that's, you know, that's the reality of the situation. So that's why I had so many community meetings to check in with the community to see what people's appetite was for. And again, and I can't emphasize the parking situation enough, because I think that the developer is taking a risk by doing the 0 parking. And so that's one of the things I would consider also. But naturally, I mean, you know, we have to consider the remediation of a gas station, and you know, so I think these things should be considered, but mainly I wanted to weigh in on the height factor, and just how you know, in terms of density, we're all looking for more density. It falls in line with our plans on equity, and overall plans for Gilman Square. So thank you.
Thank you. Ian Brockelman, please.
Madam Chair, I think to reframe the question again, how do we determine quantitatively what is the minimum relief needed, right? Is it an additional story? Is it 2 additional stories? It's, you know, we can, I feel like the board's already accepting that it probably is something beyond 4 stories, but we, you know, why isn't it 7? You know, how do you know when to stop? So I think, you know, how do we quantify that is the question. I want to look at A021. I think the zoning, massing allowed and proposed are really good. Charlotte, can you? So thank you for a clear set of drawings. It's page 4.
So Charlotte, give me 1 second to get there.
So, I mean, if you have your own copies, clearly the 4 stories meant to relate to the corner building, right? That continues that. I'll say right up that I don't have any, I take no exception to the rear setback. That's fine with me. I don't think that's a big deal. But what Rebecca Cooper said about the setback is supposed to be 10 feet on the fourth story. Can you clarify that again? Rebecca Cooper, staff.
The fourth, go ahead, Rebecca.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, for the MR4 district, the setbacks are 20 feet for the first through third floors and 30 feet for the fourth floor. And if this project's additional 2 floors are approved, we would have expected it to be 30 feet at the 5th and 6th stories as well. And they're proposing 15.
So is the image on the lower left not accurate? It's 4 stories with zero, full FAR, 0 lot line. Is there supposed to be a notch?
There should be a notch at the 4th story of that diagram, yes.
So I take exception for the diagram not being accurate. I guess I'd like to see what the massing would look like if 6 stories were allowed, right? So you would take it in at the 4th floor and then take it in at the 5th or 6th. And so my question is, could we allow the height and additional units but still comply with the zoning if it were to be allowed? That's what I'd like to see. Does that make sense to everyone? My question clear?
Chair
If we were okay with additional floors and extra heights, what would that massing envelope look like? The stepping needed, because to me that would be the minimum ask, right? Because you're asking for more, but you're complying with if it was allowed.
We're looking at 6 stories now. That's the application, yes?
Correct.
But the image on the lower left is not accurate. That 4 has a step back that's not shown. The 4th story.
I don't believe, Madam Chair, I don't believe, I'll defer to Evan, but I believe our setback is only on the 6th floor. It's not on 1 through 5, the further setback. Evan, is that correct?
I mean the allowed.
So I think what
The
you're
pink shows
asking,
what's allowed.
allowed would require, okay, so we would need 30 feet on 4. And then if you gave us a height variance, we'd need 30 feet on 4, 5, and 6. I think that's what you're saying, right?
And you have 15.
Yeah, I'd like to know what that looks like. Yeah.
Okay. I understand the question now.
And then the next page.
I'm sorry?
Is the rear. The next page is the rear. A022. So that notch in the 4th floor, that is accurate in the pink box. That's
Hi, this is
that's
Evan.
what's required in the back. Go ahead.
Sorry, I got kicked out and I was trying to rejoin the meeting. So in these diagrams, the red massing shows what is allowed per the zoning code. And you can see on the bottom left in the red, we would have the 3 floors that are set back 10 feet, and then it's notched back an additional 10 feet for the 20-foot setback at the 4th floor. And that's shown at the red diagram on the left and superimposed on the blue diagram as well.
But if you missed the conversation right before you joined, is that what's required in the front?
No, that's only at the rear abutting the NR zone. So the required.
So in the previous.
Go ahead.
In the previous, the page before, I'd like to understand, is that accurate? 4 stories straight up, no setback?
So on the front.
I thought Rebecca Cooper was saying something different.
So the minimum front setback is 2 feet and maximum is 12 feet. So we comply there. There's no required setback at the 4th floor for the front.
In the front.
Right, and the sides. So it's only where we're abutting the NR zone at the rear of the lot where we're required to have the additional 10-foot setback.
This is Rebecca Cooper.
Staff confirm.
Go ahead, Rebecca.
Yes, this is Rebecca Cooper. My apology. through you, Madam Chair, my apologies, Ms. Brockelman, the misunderstanding is on my part. The setback is required in the rear, not in the front. So
Okay.
the street wall diagram is correct. The back is where it should be notched in that extra, the 20-foot setback on the 1st through 3rd floors and the 30-foot setback on the 4th floor, and of course, any additional floors.
So back to my original question, the additional floors, what is the required setback? If this were to be allowed 5 stories and 6?
Required is, in the rear yard setback, it's 30 feet, and they have 15. That's for 4, 5, and 6. Is that what you're asking, in the rear? Ian?
I'm sorry, I'm going back and forth. I think the front is more important to me.
No setback on the front.
But if a 5th floor were allowed, what would it be? Because you could still maintain the cornice line with that neighboring building.
Madam Chair, if you'll, it's Rebecca Cooper speaking. If you'll give me just a moment, I believe that the point is correct, that if this were a 5th story in the MR5 or MR6 districts, there would be a setback. Let me verify that.
Anyways, I think I've made my point. And then I have a few other different points, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
You know,
when Rebecca comes back. What is it?
The first transit-oriented building we looked at was the Union Square one, and we really scrutinized the front drop-off. You know, where would deliveries happen? You know, where would ride share happen? What are the curb cuts? What is there where would the moving van go? You know, 1st floor package deliveries. I feel like we ought to apply that same, you know, due diligence and analysis and questioning to this similar project, unless our purview has changed from last year to this year. And I'm willing to accept, you know, that we're just looking at massing. But we should be asking the same set of questions. And I think it's also, is it the same developer or applicant?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
so you're familiar with those questions.
Hi, who's speaking, Rebecca?
Yes, Madam Chair, I apologize.
No problem.
To the point, in the MR6 district for a general building, there is in fact no required 6-story setback. So the street wall is permitted to be what it is shown in what it is shown. When this project goes forward to the planning board, they will be required. My apologies, I'm hearing a lot of feedback. They will be required to submit the mobility management plan, and all of that will be considered by the planning board at that point.
That's what's changed from last year to this year. And go ahead, Rebecca.
And I just wanted to make it clear that they're not necessarily asking for the same level of parking relief as the project. This is a 0 parking building, but it's not under the same zoning understanding as the project that you're referring to.
Does that help you, Ann? Okay, all right. And who's next? No one? Yes, Danielle.
I share some of the concerns as Ann. So the adjacent building is historic. So that's not going to be torn down or redeveloped, hopefully. There'd be at least a demo delay on that if they ever tried to do that. So I would really like this building height, at least for the cornice to hold with that building that kind of anchors that area. I do think it's out of scale. When I first saw these plans, it was kind of shocking to me, and I kind of assumed that there'd be a lot of pushback from the neighbors, so I was a little surprised by that. It's the one thing is I definitely want to understand why it would be uneconomic to build in accordance with the new zoning. I don't think that there should be an expectation that every gas station or like former industrial use has to be granted a variance. The economic hardship is pretty much based on what the seller is trying to sell it for. If their building and their site is contaminated, then maybe they can't command as much money for their property. If they are not going to be able to have it developed.
Just how I raised my hand.
So, I mean, we could see the pro formas based on what the seller is selling it for, but maybe they're just asking for way too much money for a contaminated site on the basis that they just assume that we're going to give out variances on an area that's been recently upzoned. And there's a gas station pretty much like diagonally across the street. So they're going to claim that they also need 6 stories because they're a former gas station and will have contamination because that's the nature of former gas stations. But
hey Danielle, this is Elon.
I can't believe that we're already having to, be having all these variance requests for recently upzoned area.
Can you hear me? This is Elon Sassoon, the developer.
Yeah, Susan, did you want to recognize him?
Yes.
Hi, Susan. Hi, everybody. So originally, when we started this project, we were ready to do the 4 stories and comply with the MR4, not a problem. And then there were some issues with the, obviously with the dirty soil. So that came into effect and we were like, okay, well, we have to add that into the price of the project. Now, if you look at what's happening in Somerville and the location of these projects, every single person that's selling their land wants a fortune for it. So, the price of this land went from $4.5 to $5 million from the seller. It made it very difficult to put that in the numbers as well. So we're paying $5 million for a gas station. It's unbelievable.
Well, refuse to do it. Refuse to do it. As long as people are paying that money,
I don't want to refuse to do it because I think this neighborhood deserves something special, and we designed something special for the neighborhood. So, we're not making a killing on it. Over the long term, we will. We're going to keep the building, and it's going to be a landmark, something really special in the neighborhood. So it's not something we're selling as condos. We're going to keep it. We're going to remain there, upkeep it, and make it very special. So there was that, and then there was next door, the owner of the piano building, who Adam Dash spoke on behalf of tonight, favorably for the project. He was opposed to it for so long because he thought the building was too close to his. So we did, there's 18 feet between our buildings on the bottom floor, 20 feet floors 2 through 5 and 25 on the 6th floor. So, we had to add that space, the driveway, so there's a nice flow to the building, but that was part of the conditions with him as well. So it's very hard to get all these pieces of the puzzle to come together over the last couple of years to make this happen. And this is where we are now. I mean, it works as it is, and it's not, and we have incredible support from everybody, and that took a very long time. So
What's the, excuse me, I'd like a quick question. What's the height difference between the piano building and the new building? Do we know? Who's got that number?
I don't have that number readily available. Let me.
Does Adam Dash know?
Madam Chair, I can unmute Adam Dash if you would like. Give me one moment. Adam Dash, you're unmuted.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question, please?
Yes, we're talking about the height of the building and whether we should go, through 6 floors. And the question comes up about the piano building being historic next door to it. What's the difference in height when the buildings are side by side? Do you know by any chance the height of the piano?
I know that we're 4 stories. I'm not exactly sure what the height is. Our building may have some floor to ceiling height in some parts that are larger than normal because of the prior use. It was originally the Knights of Malta Hall, why it has
Yeah.
that, you know, statue and the bas relief on the front. So I got to say, since we're not the applicant, we don't really have, we didn't have anyone measure our building.
Yeah.
But you know, we felt that this, looking at it and being how it stepped back like that and how it was pulled away with the driveway between the two buildings, that was not going to impact us much. Plus our side is not our main, you know, facade. So
Okay. Thank you, Adam.
no problem.
No, because Danielle brought up the point that it's a historic building, and everybody knows it. We do call it the piano building, and she didn't want it being dwarfed, you know, too much, but okay. Who's next? Nobody? So what are we saying tonight? We want the client to come back with some numbers because of the contamination? Is that what we're looking for? Who wanted that? Josh and Drew, I think.
Yeah,
Chair,
sorry.
if I,
Who's speaking?
go ahead, Drew, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say I apologize, Susan. It was breaking up when you first started talking. I couldn't hear. If you don't mind repeating what you had just said, that would be great.
I said, so what do we have in front of us tonight for the applicant? I think we have some unanswered questions. We're not going to vote tonight. So the question is, are we looking for some numbers from them or estimates? Because you and Josh questioned the feasibility of building a smaller building and being able to, the hardship for the variance. So we're looking for some numbers. Is that what you guys are looking for?
Yeah, go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, I'm respectful of the work that the applicant has put in with the city so far and also with the neighborhood. And as I said earlier, this is new for us. I mean, it's, you know, June 10th already, but this is like maybe the second hardship variance request that we've actually had to take on since the new ordinance passed. So I think we're still trying to figure it out. But yeah, I would feel better, you know, to Danielle's point about there are a lot of gas stations. You know, I would feel better if the applicant could make some sort of an attempt to help us understand exactly what the hardship is, rather than just the blanket, well, it's a gas station and here's a 100-page environmental report, so we want 2 extra stories.
Tell me something, be it Rebecca and Melissa, you gals in the office, and Charlotte. This is all new for everybody, like we're saying. Is this something that we feel if somebody's going to come in the future to us for a financial hardship because of things like this? Are you anticipating, we're anticipating them proving what they're saying? Are we going to put this on them because they're going to incur an expense for this as well? And what are we going to, is it going to be just like a shadow report, you know, the traffic report, you know, we're going to get a report back saying that this is such and such, it was a gas station, it was a hospital, it was a, you know, whatever it was, a variety store, and that the soil is going to be contaminated and how far they have to go down and what it might cost, a guesstimate. In other words, we have to have something in front of us to choose from. Is that something that you ladies feel is going to come up more and more as we go forward?
Through the chair, if I may, this is Melissa Woods. I mean, Josh is right. This is new to you guys. This code is new for the entirety of Somerville, and it is a big change from our last code and the variances that you guys were requested of quite regularly. And we're sort of switching gears here, but as we continue to work with you and on application submittal requirements, we might find things that should be included in submittal requirements so you can make a decision more quickly. But I think with what I'm hearing this evening, I do think that a peer review of the information to provide an expertise using one of our consultants is ideal. I believe in the past, those are funded by the applicant, but I would request, since this is not something that we do regularly, for a 2-week continuance so I can meet with our planning director and the applicant and come back with our steps forward, because I don't have enough information this evening to tell you, to give you, to suggest a clear path forward, other
All right.
than I'm suggesting this peer review.
Right, that's great. And the other point I wanted to bring out, this is part of the new flow. Because it's in a variance, it comes to us first. Because if we don't approve the variance, there's no need of it to go to the planning board, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, see, that's why. No, and this is good because we get this straightened out right now before they incur, more and more and more expensive. That was the whole idea I understood from the beginning with this new flow that we're going through, that some of them are coming to us. Like Ann just brought out about the review of the mail room, the drop-offs, the pickups. That all comes to the planning board, not with us. See,
Madam
that's what's next. Who's calling?
It's
Josh?
Elon. It's Elon Sassoon again. I'd just like to
Yes.
make a quick comment. I'm
Yes.
happy to do a pro forma showing the difference, and not myself, but I'll have Colliers Financial, an independent company, do it, and they could do a pro forma showing the difference between what 6 stories looks like compared to 4.
Right.
So you can see the numbers for yourself.
Through the chair, this is Melissa Woods. The way these things work in the past is that the developer contributes money, but the project is managed by city staff. The peer review is, because otherwise it is just more application material from the developer, and you'll effectively be in the same situation you are now.
Okay. So you guys handle it the way you feel, but I think that's what some of the board members are looking for to approve this variance. Anything else required of this applicant?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may, Rich
Yes.
DiGirolamo.
Yes.
So we are, I would ask if the board would allow us to move forward with a pro forma that we could put together fairly quickly, because in my experience, peer review is going to take quite some time here. And we are under a deadline with the seller. We've been under a contract with this property for upwards of 2 years. And I just think that, in my experience, peer review is not something that's going to happen quickly. We are certainly, the team is certainly well qualified, through the help of some outside people, to put a pro forma together to show why it is that we need increased density on the site, not the least of which is the environmental, and as Alon alluded to, the acquisition price. But I think, we're not in a position, I think, where we can come back before you in, July or August, looking for, after peer review is completed, because I do think that's going to take a considerable amount of time.
So you're saying July or August is too late?
I don't think we have that kind of a time, period. I mean, if you could allow us to come back before you, I think we could have a pro forma completed, I'm certain, for your next meeting in 2 weeks. And I think that would illustrate to the board why it is that we need the additional stories and the additional height, increased density to economically justify moving forward on this.
Melissa, can you speak to this?
Yes, Chair. This is at the request of your board. It's your choice. Time, is not yours to judge, but you obviously have heard that argument. It's really whether you think that you have the expertise to review that pro forma and be able to act.
So tell me, Josh and or Danielle or whomever, can you speak to what you're requesting and what he wants to provide, and how you would interpret it and how it would help you make your decision, as opposed to having the staff handle it another way? Who'd like to speak?
Well, I think
Josh?
Sure. I mean, I don't personally feel like I have deep expertise such that I could review a development pro forma and, you know, and understand more than the basics of it. And I also appreciate Melissa's comments that, you know, a peer review effort that's run by the city sort of can guarantee impartiality. So I think I'm more comfortable with that. The other thing that I wanted to add was that the pro forma is half of the equation, but I think we also need to understand what the additional development costs would be that are incurred because of the environmental cleanup. So in other words, we want to know how much additional, you know, money might come in by building 6 stories instead of 4, but we also want to know how much more expensive it's going to be to build on the site, period, because of the environmental cleanup, because that's the whole rationale for adding the stories. So
Right.
in my mind, we need to understand what that cost is, and then we need to see that, you know, as Danielle was saying, you know, do you need to add 3 stories? Do you need to add 5 stories? Like, you know, how do we know what the right, you know, what the balance is to offset that cost if it's there?
What about this peer review? How long would that take to put in place and get results? To staff?
Through the chair, this is Melissa Woods. I know for US2 and their garage conundrum that I mentioned earlier, I think that might have been a 4-week turnaround. But again, I would be requesting 2 weeks to sort of iron this out and bring more information back to you.
Madam Chair, if I may, Councillor Klingon has indicated that he wishes to comment. When there is a moment that is opportune, let me know and I will unmute him.
Now, he can speak now.
Councillor Klingon, you are unmuted.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, through you to the board. So just so it's clear, so the applicant is asking for 3 variances. We've been speaking mostly to the height variance. As far as the other 2 variances go, are we just basically talking about moving forward on asking for information about the height variance, or are the other 2 variances still in question? I mean, do people have questions, or do both members have questions about the other variances, just so we can kind of get a sense of where we're at moving forward?
I think we're questioning, I think the height and the hello, who's speaking? I think we're talking, it's the additional height with the additional cleanup. So those are kind of, am I right with that? Anybody want to chime in on this? The variants are additional floors, additional height, and the encroachment in the rear. It's the, hello, Danielle.
Well, the additional height and the additional stories kind of go hand in hand.
That's
so
what I thought.
It's going up. If the rear abutters are not upset about the encroachment into the rear setback, then, you know, I'm not too concerned about that. But generally, you ask for a setback for height, or I mean, a variance for height, because you're trying to comply with a setback. But they're going up and they're going back. So, I mean, I just don't understand. I mean, to be honest, I just can't support this. I don't like how it relates to the adjacent historic building. I'm concerned about the gas station diagonally across the street asking for the same thing. I'm concerned about how much the seller wants to sell it for $5 million, and so now we need to give it 2 additional stories. We just passed this new zoning, and the one thing that Councilor Klingon said is they purposely made it 4 stories so that they could make concessions with the developer. so they can get more height. That you build that into the zoning with incentives, like waivers for height for development bonuses. I don't understand why.
Okay, I can speak to that.
I'm a little confused about that because that's not how it's supposed to be written.
Well, yeah, no, correct, and I appreciate that, but you know, there was a lot of pressure to pass the zoning, and you know, and we did finally, and actually, some of my colleagues are working on an additional floor bonus overlay situation, but Councilor Davis is working on that. But in the meantime, is what I'm saying. So the idea was that we would then put in place a system where we would, you know, there would be certain bonus floors for whatever the developer was willing to do. There would be a sort of like a trade-off situation. That is not in place yet. That's being worked on as we speak. It was supposed to be done in the spring. Unfortunately, COVID and everything else has kind of like got in the way of that. So that's to the point about me saying that is exactly speaks to exactly that, is that we planned on passing an overlay. So to your point, as far as the gas station across the street, that's not my ward. I'm not even sure what the zoning is over there, but I would imagine they're probably going to ask for more as well. And to the building next door, the historic building, it's 4 stories, but it's actually like 55 feet or something like that. Like it's essentially, it's not quite, it doesn't really get dwarfed by the 345 Medford Street project. But anyway, so that, you know, I hope that answers your question about the bonus overlay district. That's really all I have to say, is that I understand the concerns, and again, we've worked very, very hard in the community to address some of these issues. We've flyered, you know, all those abutters in the back, and I mean, I feel like I'm a shill here. I mean, like I've never really like gone up to this degree for a developer, except the fact that he's gone this degree for the community. So that's all I'm going to say on this. I expect staff to you know, say their part, and whatever you folks decide, I respect and appreciate, and you know, we'll come back again or whatever it takes. But I just wanted to speak to the height. So thank you.
Thank you. Danielle, that answer you?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Ian?
I think the issue is that we lack the tools, right, to make the decision. So that's kind of the main thing. I mean, I think it is great to see a project, you know, which is ambitious and seems responsible and with so much neighborhood support. And I think that should be commended. You know, it's a good set of drawings. So everything looks really positive, but I'm just feeling like I lack the tools to make a objective decision. And now if it were like, it's 4 stories, it relates to the building next door, the piano building, but we're just asking for a little bit, the 5th story, which is set back, so you don't really even see it on the street, because we'll need a little bit more to offset higher costs. To me, that's not a big deal, but there is a line somewhere where it's, we just need more information. And so I just feel at a loss of how to make that decision, right? It's 6, 7, 8 stories. So there is some gray area somewhere where I think this has tipped over that, you know, small ask, additional ask for some sort of hardship. But I mean, I do want to recognize that it's nice to see a project that's such strongly supported by everyone.
Madam Chairman, it's Elon Sassoon again.
Yes.
We spent many years on this, and we were supposed to come in front of the ZBA in November. And you know, if we're not going to be granted the variance, I'd like you just to put me out of my misery tonight and vote on it.
Oh, well, then we'll vote on it, because our board's saying they can't vote on it tonight.
Well, it doesn't work at 4 stories. It doesn't work at 5. I'm happy to show anyone the math. It works at 6. And, you know, if we just spent far too much money on it. So, you know, if, you know, we have everyone's support in the neighborhood, the councilman, you name it, planning board. So I would just like to vote on it. And if you're not going to grant the variance, then it's just, you know, I don't want to waste any more time on it. We got, you know,
All
many
right.
other.
I'm gonna, I'll put it to the board right now, but I do have one thing to say, as the chair. And, you know, all last year and for all the years I've been on the board, we get all these, folks coming up, developers, homeowners, whatever you, and the bottom line they always say is, we've invested so much money, so much time, you know, and they put us on the guilt. It's like you're saying right now, and we've dealt with you a lot, and you've always been a gentleman. But for you to come here tonight, for the very first time for us to see this case, and to say that cut you out of your misery, it's like a challenge to us, I feel. You know, what is the purpose of the zoning board of appeals if we can't look at these cases and make bright, intelligent decisions which are going to be good for the city of Somerville, as well as good for you and good for the neighborhood? Little quality of life here. I don't care that the green line's going there. You know, that's big. Everybody's going to be selling the houses and building, and that's what we're saying. That's what Danielle's saying, Josh, and everybody. I haven't said too much, or Elaine, because they're stealing our thunder, but that's what we're saying too. You want to make a proposal, come up here tonight. You have great representation. We've got everybody on board to help us. We asked for a couple of things to help us make our decision, and you don't think that's fair.
If you're asking for a couple of things, I'm happy to supply whatever. But what I was hearing from some of the members was that I don't think I think it's too big. And if that's going to be the case, then, you know, all I'm saying is we just spent so much time on it. And I think we've done a great job getting everyone's support. And if it's too big, I would like to build it at 4 stories. It makes it a lot easier on my life if I can. You know, if it's just not possible. So, you know, all I'm saying,
what's the board?
If everyone thinks
Elaine, just a moment, Elaine. Do you think it's too big?
Yes, I do. And I was the first one to speak, I believe, and I think I said that. But I think I'm hearing from Elon that he doesn't even really want us to go into the figures and, as he said, put him out of his misery now that the answer already is he has to have 6 floors. So he does not even want us to do any kind of math figuring or a team to do that, to see if 4 would work. It sounds like the only thing that will work monetarily, economically, are 6 floors. He has to have 6 floors. And I kind of think that he doesn't want us to go further to explore this because it would be a waste of everybody's time, because he already knows that it will not work.
And I respect that. I mean, that's what more people that come up to us should put the rubber right on the road, so we read and we can understand what they can live with, what we're asking of them.
I'm an open book, though. I will give you all the numbers and everything. So if everyone's open-minded, I'm happy to come back and I will present everything, numbers, whatever you need. You know, I have nothing to hide.
So, all right, the show of hands here. How many think the project's just too big as it is and wouldn't vote for the 6? Elaine, Danielle, Drew, you can live with the 6?
No, I mean, I'm still going back to my original point, was that we don't have information to make this decision, in my estimation.
Yeah, but either you like a 6 or not in that area. That's part of the decision.
But that's not necessarily the board's purview, is it?
Design and height is part of the equation. Whether he feels he can afford it or not, it's irrelevant. If you think 6 is too high, you have to say it now.
No, I don't think I necessarily would have to say it now. I mean, we haven't even had a design discussion. I think what we need to actually step back and look at is, do we have
Well, he doesn't
information to
want to
make this
he doesn't
decision?
want to do that. He doesn't want to do that.
I'm
May-
willing to,
may I-
I'm willing to step back if everyone's open-minded.
Let me talk.
Absolutely. I just thought you said it's too big.
Madam Chair, may I
We've
speak
said
for a moment?
repeatedly, and Melissa made the suggestion, which I think makes sense, is to provide a peer review so we can actually have the information we need. So I don't understand what the continued opposition is to that.
Because Mr. Sassoon is saying he'll give you all these numbers, but the underlining factor is still, if you think 6 stories is too big, it's irrelevant of all the numbers he can produce you. If you think 6 is too big and he proves that he needs 6.
No, but
Are
that's
you
not
gonna
true.
take
I would have to see whether that hardship justifies itself. If I end up determining, yeah, he really does need 6 stories to make this project work, then that's one thing. So I can't say, you know, whether or not I think right off the bat right now that it's too big. I need the information to make that decision.
Josh,
Madam Chair, may I speak?
I want, no, 1 second, please, Rich. I want to hear what Josh has to say.
I agree with what Drew's saying. I mean, I think in the previous case we heard tonight, because we were acting in our old capacity as a board, as I understand it, it was within our purview to say, you know what, this is just too big for the site. We're going to vote it down. As I understand our role on this case, what we're being asked to do is to weigh the merits of a hardship argument. And really that's it. So it's not to us to say unilaterally 6 stories is too high or 6 stories isn't too high. It's for us to say whether the reason being given to go 6 stories has merit or not. So, I mean, that's where I'm at. I'm not saying no way to 6 stories. I'm saying I don't have the information in front of me.
That's what Mr. Sassoon's asking. Ian and Danielle right after.
It's the street wall, right? It's what you do with the 6 stories. That's why I kept harping on the setbacks. So I think in this new year, the way this is supposed to work is you would come to us with just those cartoon massing diagrams, right? Not fully committed, designed, everything already, and ask. And we would say, well, you can do 6, but not 6 straight up with no step or relief. I think it's a question of scale. The way this is supposed to work is you come earlier, right? This is not the applicant's fault. It's just the way it's worked now, that we would get less developed drawings and we would just review the massing and how that relates to the urban fabric, the neighborhood, and we would just allow certain massing, certain setbacks, the envelope of the zoning. So it's not 6 or not. That's why I was trying to understand the setbacks. If it's you're asking for 6, but you're stepping it back in what would be required if 6 were required. So to me, it's a little more nuanced than that. It's a question of scale, which has some design strategy to do as well. You know, or do you ban the 5th story so the 4th to the 5th and 6th, you know, disappear a little bit, you know, things like that.
Danielle?
So I can't, yeah.
I was just gonna say that, that we do, it isn't just, is it uneconomic or not? And if it's uneconomic, then we can grant the variance, because the third criterion is whether you can grant the relief without causing substantial detriment to the public good or substantially derogating from the intent and purpose of the district. And then you go and read what the intent and purposes of the district is. And then you see if the additional 2 stories in height and setbacks would substantially derogate from that. And I'm reading through it, and let's see, it's like, to permit the development of multi-unit and mixed-use buildings that do not exceed 4 stories, to provide, you know, permit small-scale neighborhood serving commercial uses. I mean, you can just go through those. So it's not just we get a pro forma and it's too expensive to build it, you must grant the variance. That is not how it works, and that's just not how variances work. And I just want the board to know that just because we're not the special granting authority, but we are the ones that grant the variances. And those are the things that we look at.
Thank you. Mr. DiGirolamo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think in connection with through what Danielle just said, if you look at the criteria on the 423, I think we are clearly, we are not substantially derogating from the intent of the MR4 district. We are promoting a mixed-use building. We'd like to create some pedestrian activity by putting a use on the ground floor that hopefully will create some pedestrian flow along that stretch of Medford Street. It's going to be a quality commercial space. It's going to be sustainable. And it talks about increased residential density. So I don't think that the extra 2 stories is by any means, going to derogate from the intent of the MR4 district. The other thing I'd like to point out to the board, and I think that most of you are aware of this, but Gilman Square is one of those places that's probably developed the least in the last 20, 30 years. It really looks substantially the same way as it looked in 1980 or 1985, and not a lot has happened there. We like to think that this project, particularly if it's a building across from a T-stop, is going to be a very transformative project for Gilman Square. I know for a fact that the site at the corner of Marshall Street and Pearl Street, the open lot is looking at a development that's probably even higher in density than this. Now, I understand that you just put MR4 zoning into effect, in December, and we're already asking for a variance. But at the end of the day, I think you're going to have a corridor there that's, those houses that go from School Street to the gas station. One has to wonder if those don't become development sites. I understand that the Piano Building is an historical building. It's probably not going anywhere, but I like to think that stretch between School Street and Marshall Street is going to change significantly in the next few years. And I like to think that this project at 345 will be the inspiration for that, because and I think Jesse kind of said that in his comments to you earlier, that if you look at Gilman Square, nothing's really gone on there of any substance. You've got that stretch from School Street to Marshall. I know you got sites further along Pearl Street. You got the sign company that's in play. This is an opportunity to really do something dramatic there. And I think it's kind of unfortunate that it got zoned MR4 and not higher density, because I think it really warrants a higher level of density in keeping with the city's desire to create density along these thoroughfares, which, Madam Chair, you alluded to earlier.
Right.
The new zoning doesn't permit you to do this density in probably 80% of the city. You can't do much anymore. But on these thoroughfares, there's an opportunity, and they happen to, and in this case, it happens to coincide with the location of a T-stop. And I think that the mix of that, just take a look, for example, at what's happened on the other side of the city. Take a look at what's happened at Lowell Street and Cedar Street in the last 5 or 6 years, just because there's going to be a green line stop that's going to be in fairly close proximity to, that's going to be on Lowell Street. Just take a look at what's happened there. And I think those same opportunities exist in Gilman Square. And I think that the Gilman Square Association recognizes that, which is why they are supportive of the higher density. So, I would like to think that if we came back before you in 2 weeks and we showed you the numbers and you looked at them objectively and you agreed that it's not really doable at 4 stories, It's not really doable at 4 stories, and it's not really doable with fewer units. The only thing that makes this project work is that they're smaller units. They don't need they're not going to generate cars because we don't have very much parking. Someone asked what's going to happen to that parking. That parking is probably going to, 2 of those spaces will probably be, zip car type spaces or something like that. And maybe the other few will go to commercial or go to some residents in the building, but someone.
Chair, if I may.
Hello?
Woods.
Yes.
If I may interrupt. I'm getting concerned because there's 67 people on the call tonight. I think it's very clear that you are not going to make a decision. And so I would request that you request a continuance to where we can come back, the applicant with the pro forma they want to provide. I can provide more clarity on this peer review for you to make a better decision on a path forward in 2 weeks.
That sounds fine for me. What's that date?
Charlotte, can you help me?
June?
It's June 24th.
24th. I think the board would like that. That's what we're asking for, but the applicant didn't want to, initially what he said was he wanted the vote tonight. So if he's willing to continue, ask for the continuance so we can get their papers together for us to make a decision, then that's fine. We'll continue it.
I would like to pull that comment back for the love of the neighborhood. Let's continue it.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can we have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, if I may, really quickly, Councilor Klan has messaged me that he would like to speak. Are you willing to let him speak one more time?
Sure.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. This is really just to say, my apologies to the 67 people waiting. I understand that Clarendon is an extremely important project to all of us. And I do appreciate all of you and the work that you do and doing your due diligence on this project. And I'm perfectly fine with whatever you decide, whatever the applicant decides. And I thank you for your consideration tonight. That's all I want to say. Thank you all.
Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, can we have a motion to continue till the 24th of June?
Yes. In the matter of 345 Medford Street, case DRA 2020-0052, I make a motion that we continue this to the June 24th, 2020 meeting.
Second.
Seconded by Elaine Severino. All in favor? Josh Safdie?
Aye.
Danielle Evans? Elaine Severino?
Aye.
Drew Kane?
Aye.
Ann Brockelman?
Aye.
And Susan Fontano, unanimous to continue in the matter of, let me get my little papers here at this point, I'm cockeyed. ZBA 29, oh, no, wait a minute. 345 Medford Street, DRA 2020-0052. See you folks June 24th.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's done. So, Melissa Woods?
Yes, I'm here.
So who are the 60-something people waiting for? What case?
Clarendon, most likely.
Clarendon. So, okay, so then we'll bump everybody else for Clarendon. Go ahead. Call the case, please.
Okay, sorry.
I'm not happy.
I believe that they're second on the agenda, so no one's getting bumped for this.
No, that wasn't the talk I had with staff today. That it was going to go later, but go ahead.
So this is a new case and needs to be read into the record.
Correct.
34 North Street, case 40B 2020-001. POA, Redgate, and the Somerville Community Corporation seek a comprehensive permit under MGL Chapter 40B. The proposal would replace the existing 216 units of housing at Clarendon Hill and create 375 additional units for a total of 591 residential units and a mixture of apartment buildings and row houses. The applicant is requesting waivers from various sections of the city's ordinances and requirements, including but not limited to waivers relating to the following topics: maximum density, maximum height, minimum setbacks, parking requirements. The applicant is also seeking a waiver to have the review required by various sections of the Code of Ordinances be conducted by the zoning board.
Thank you, Danielle.
So, Madam Chair, this is Charlotte speaking. If I may, I would like to present just a brief overview on MGL Chapter 40B and how it differs from MGL Chapter 40A prior to the applicant presenting, just to provide you some context for the presentation and answer any questions you or members of the public may have about this, since it's not our typical process.
Okay.
Give me one moment to share my screen. So this case falls under MGL Chapter 40B rather than under MGL Chapter 40A, which is what most cases fall under. I'm going to go over a few things, including safe harbor, which we discussed earlier, what waivers are, and the required findings for a typical 40B. If members of the public have questions, you should submit them through the chat, and I will answer any that I can at the end of this presentation. The questions should focus not on the specific project, those can be dealt with later, but on kind of the broader Chapter 40B. Board members, if you have any questions, feel free to interrupt me. Happy to answer them. So, as we discussed, as Mr. Parakis discussed earlier, if a city meets one of a few criteria, I've listed 3 here, then the city is said to have met safe harbor or to be in a safe harbor. So the 2 most relevant criteria for the city of Somerville are the first 2, the housing unit minimum and the general land area minimum. We, because of our inclusionary zoning, typically fall just under 10% for housing units, but based on an analysis through GIS that I've done of all of the subsidized housing inventory projects, so those are projects that are recognized by DHCD as meeting certain affordability requirements, it appears that over 3%, probably about 3.8% of Somerville's land area is dedicated to affordable housing. So if DHCD agrees with our findings and certifies that we meet the general land area minimum requirement, then Somerville will be in a safe harbor. And basically what being in a safe harbor means is that any decision that the ZBA makes will be considered consistent with local needs. It's important, or it's relevant, that a decision is consistent with local needs, because if that decision is appealed by anyone to the Housing Appeals Commission, the ZBA decision will be upheld. So that's what safe harbor is. The big feature about 40Bs is the waivers. So basically, we've spent an hour and a half discussing variances, and waivers are similar to variances in the sense that they allow for deviations from the typical requirements that zoning sets out. So they're slightly different. I'll go over the similarities and differences, but basically waivers allow for deviations from all local requirements and regulations. They do not allow for waivers or deviations from state or federal requirements. So the 2 main ways that variances and waivers are similar is that they only effectively modify the zoning for one specific site or project. Granting waivers through the 40B process does not change what a project on the other side of the city can do. It only changes what that project can do. And they're also similar because just like with variances, you can impose conditions of approval or limit the scope of your approval. So to use 345 Medford Street as an example, if they requested 6 stories, whereas zoning only allows 4, you could say, yes, you can have 6 stories, but we want X, Y, or Z in return. Or you could say, no, we're not comfortable with 6 stories, but we think 5 stories is fine. So those are how variances and waivers are similar. And tell me if board members tell me if I need to slow down. So the way that variances and waivers are different is the big thing is that they have different standards for approval and they have different restrictions on what can be requested. So a variance, as we've discussed, has a very high bar. You have 3 very specific findings and you need to make all 3 of those findings for each and every variance that you're considering granting. Waivers have a much lower bar for approval. The 2 main things that you need to consider are, is granting the waiver consistent with local needs? So kind of like with variances where you're considering, okay, is 6 stories going against the intent of the zoning district? It's similar to that, but again, kind of a lower bar. And then the second test is that waiver required to construct or operate the project? Again, the differences on what can be requested. Variances can only be requested from dimensional requirements of the Somerville zoning ordinance, whereas a waiver can be requested from dimensional and use requirements of the Somerville zoning ordinance, and they can request waivers from other local ordinances. So the example here is they can request a waiver from demo review. So in that example, demolition review is conducted by the Historic Preservation Commission, and Clarendon or any 40B can ask that instead of demolition review being conducted by the Historic Preservation Commission, if the ZBA could conduct demolition review and grant any approvals that are necessary as part of that review. So those are the big differences between variances and waivers. The last thing that I'm going to address is the required findings. Somerville does not have any specific 40B findings that are required. I have included in my staff report some findings that may be relevant and may be useful to consider, but there are no specific findings that you have to make for local requirements. The primary finding that you have to make for state requirements is the broad finding that the project is consistent with local needs. Your decision will need to document why you believe that your decision is consistent with local needs, and that will require a lot of smaller findings, but that is what they need to culminate into. And so consistent with local needs, again, it's a balancing test between local concerns, which are most topics that are typically discussed for special permit and variance projects are local concerns. So things like mobility and open space and the bulk of buildings, those are all local concerns. And then you balance that with the need for more regional housing. So that is a very, very brief summary of what 40B is. I'm going to take a minute to go through the question tab and see if there are any questions from members of the public. But while I'm doing that, are there any questions from the board about 40B?
Any questions? No questions.
Okay, in that case, I will hand it over to the application team. I have Corey, I'm going to make you a panelist, and give me 1 second. Corey, you are unmuted if you would like to.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. And Charlotte, I think I'm also going to share my screen. Is that right?
Yes, let me give you those permissions. Give me 1 moment. Make presenter.
Okay, give me 1 moment to hit the right button.
Corey, can you remind me of who else on your team you would like to be a presenter or unmuted?
Sure. If you could please let Nancy Ludwig, Kendra Hallowell, Greg Bielecki, and Jari Sanchez into the room, that would be great. Thank you. Great. Thank you.
Okay.
I am trying to figure out how to share my screen. Can anyone see it?
No.
Okay. Oh, I found the right button. Thank you for your patience. Okay, can you see it now?
The presentation, yes.
Great, thank you. And I will get started.
So you are?
Thank you. My name is Corey Meehan. I'm a Somerville resident at 6 Austin Street. And I'm here tonight representing one of the co-developers, Preservation of Affordable Housing, and speaking on behalf of the larger development team who I'll introduce as well. Thank you very, very much for sticking with us tonight. I've been stretching over here with my webcam off. I don't know if anyone else needs a good stretch, but I would encourage it. We really appreciate the city and the zoning board finding a way to bring this very important project forward in these unusual times. I'm joined tonight by a team that includes Joe Macaluso from the Somerville Housing Authority, Greg Bielecki from Redgate Residential, Daniel Blank and Scott Heyman from Somerville Community Corporation, John Springfield also from POA, Nancy Ludwig, Kendra Hollowell from Icon Architecture, and our land use attorney, Jari Sanchez from Wilson and Stores. You'll recall that we were here before this board back in late January, and at that time we gave a more extensive overview. In the interest of time tonight, I'm going to move a little more quickly and give a lot less background than we did at that time. As a reminder, this proposal before you is for the redevelopment of the Somerville Housing Authority's family property known as Clarendon Hill or North Street. The housing director, Joe, is on the phone tonight if there are any questions for him directly. It was under his leadership that the Housing Authority initiated this new program from the state, that provided a potential opportunity to finally address the physical needs of this property. Folks are familiar, I think, with the site. It was built in 1949 for veterans returning from the war. These units are in desperate need of reconstruction. Funding for state public housing projects like this have been severely limited, and the Housing Authority has been trying for years to identify a path forward. Back in 2016, the Housing Authority selected this team shown here, who I've already introduced, from a pool of 4 applicants. They believed at that time that this group best met, and our proposal best met the goals of the project and the broader community. It's important to note the Housing Authority will remain the landowner of the project and maintain oversight on the administration of the public housing units. But the buildings themselves will be managed and owned by the developer-affiliated entities. First, just a few quick slides to remind us of the site. There are currently 9 buildings housing 216 1-, 2-, and 3-bedroom units. All of the units in their existing configuration are proposed to be replaced with this proposal. The site sits along the city's northwest edge. The site, though currently lacking many physical connections to its abutting uses, does benefit from a varied context that includes some low-rise residential, some nearby high-rise, a large format retail grocer, and a great network of parks. As I mentioned earlier, the Housing Authority was motivated to initiate this effort to redevelop the site due to a new funding source from the state called the Partnership to Expand Housing Opportunity. Under this program, the state has made available capital funds, in this case, $10.8 million to aid in the redevelopment of this housing. A critical component for the eligibility for this program and overall project feasibility is the introduction of a significant market rate component. The idea is that these market rate units will be built in such a way as to maximize the amount of private debt and equity available to this project and thereby contribute to the construction of the deeply affordable units. Another critical component, of course, is that all of the existing units must be replaced. It is really that primary requirement that drives everything else. A third goal for us has been to introduce and include a moderate income band of affordability. We know this band is important to the broader community and also important to creating a neighborhood of diverse incomes. This project, as George mentioned earlier, is only one of 2 in the state that has been able to reach project feasibility. Economics are such that to provide meaningful cross-subsidy from the market rate units, replace all 216 units, and introduce a mid-market band, we need the level of density that you will see tonight. These are the foundational goals upon which we initiated our community process. Starting back in 2016, almost 4 years ago now, we began immediately meeting with the neighborhood and the existing residents of Clarendon Hill. All in all, we had more than 11 public meetings, many more meetings with residents on site, and even more one-on-one meetings and coffee hours with individuals. We thank Councilor Ballantyne, who I know is on the phone this evening as well, for her leadership coordinating and hosting these meetings. The outcomes of these meetings have led to shared understanding of the challenges associated with replacing 216 occupied, deeply low-income units, and also resulted in some changes to our physical design. Nancy, our architect, will walk you through those as we move along. Just a few quick slides on some of our visits out to the site. We've been gathering input from our residents for many years now. It's important to note also that, and we discussed this a little bit at the last meeting, that we've worked extensively with the residents and their leadership organization to come to terms on a relocation agreement. All residents have the right to return, and we will be coordinating their temporary housing moves, and any increased rent payments will be paid by the resources of this development. The residents have been very supportive of this redevelopment effort. Many of them were in attendance at the January meeting, and I'm sure many of them are dialed in tonight. In fact, earlier tonight, that was Ruben you heard. He's one of our residents who sounds excited that we're moving forward with the zoning. So it was good to hear his voice. Here's a list of a simple list of the groups at the city we've been coordinating with. We've been meeting with administrative staff, elected officials, and the various committees to incorporate their input. I'm getting close to the pictures, guys. Finally, here's where we are on our program. Our program consists of 591 mixed income apartment homes. 216 of these are replacement housing units. 80 are mid-market, 80 to 110% AMI units, and the balance are market rate units. Our site plan proposes to reconfigure the Alewife Brook and Powder House intersection as well. Working together with the city, we have secured a MassWorks grant for that intersection, and the city has begun working to implement that. In addition to that reconfiguration, you will see that we've introduced new streets onto the site, provided for 357 parking spaces, and provided enhancements to the existing North Street playground, as well as a new proposed Central Park. In addition, each of these larger format buildings that you will see provide shared community and amenity space, spaces that are severely lacking on the property today. Here you can see a breakdown of the affordability by building. Taken as a whole, this program is more than 50% affordable, but taken by building, you can see that we do propose one building, building AB, block C1, that is primarily market rate. This building will provide 36 affordable units, including 15 public housing units, without any public subsidy. It will be financed by conventional financing tools and will also deliver a $16 million financial contribution to the construction of the other 3 buildings. Each of the POA and Somerville Community Corporation buildings are approximately 75% replacement housing units and 25% moderate income units. As you work through the waivers, when we get to that point, you will see that this is one of the waivers to have a building that's not 20% affordable. I did include a slide on what is Chapter 40B, but I think Charlotte and George have covered that, so I'm going to skip through that one. And lastly, this is a big project, and we have a lot to cover. Here are the topics we would like to cover with you all. We don't expect to cover them all tonight. We expect only to cover bullet number 1. If there's anything in particular that jumps out at you that you want to ask about today that you think is a later bullet, please feel free to do so. And we'll make note of that and bring back more detail next time. But it really is just the first bullet we're going to focus on this evening. With that, I'm going to hand it off to Nancy. And Nancy, I think I'm driving for you.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Nancy Ludwig, a principal at Icon Architecture. And I'd like to walk you through how we've approached the site plan, the general building massing, although not detailed about the building design and circulation. Next. We've really designed the site with 3 guiding principles. To achieve the density that we need to on the site, we've designed a few larger buildings because they're more efficient, cost-effective, and we fit them onto the site to allow parking underneath them. Another principle has been to introduce connections to the neighborhood. It's a 5-acre site, and we feel it's incredibly important to make physical connections to the streets and urban realm around the site. And the third principle has always been that this site would become part of the neighborhood and create opportunities for meaningful open space that would be shared between the residents here and the community. Next. Let me start with our first principle, fewer, larger buildings to achieve efficiency. Next. We had, as one of our public meetings, we held a charrette where we actually brought Legos out and divided the public participants into groups. And it was amazing that what came out of that was a strong consensus about where density could be achieved on the site. I think that the participants understood that the tremendous drop in grade, almost 23 feet from North Street down to Alewife Brook Parkway, meant that taller buildings could get tucked into the lower part of the site. And in fact, many of the participants of that charrette imagined that those taller buildings at the base of the site could help be a buffer, in fact, to some of the noise that was along Alewife Brook Parkway. In fact, be a good neighbor by blocking some of that noise and activity from the larger neighborhood. Next. So here you see the general site plan. We really have what we refer to as 5 buildings, and buildings E and B that you see to the left-hand side of this slide are those 2 buildings that tuck into that lower site and are the taller buildings. Building A wraps the new corner that will be created as Powder House is relocated to become a T intersection with Alewife Brook Parkway. And so that building steps down, as does building D coming up towards North Street. And then at the apex of the site, nearest the neighborhood beyond, we've created a series of 3-story townhouses that become a scale transitioning to the neighborhood. Next. And so here you see a diagram that shows you how those buildings are tucking into the site slope of 25 feet, lowering from North Street down to Alewife Brook Parkway. Very clearly, we're imagining 9-story buildings as part of E and B, and then building A at the corner drops to 6 stories along Powder House, and the townhomes are, as I mentioned, 3 stories. Next. And here you see the array on the plan. All the buildings are broken up with projecting wings and turns to engage a broader landscape that is finer grained around the townhouses for individual stoops, and with broader gestures towards a central park at the middle. I'll explain a little bit more in a minute. Next. The great thing about the slope and grade is it's allowed us to tuck parking underneath the buildings. So imagining that we're creating a podium of space that is entered on plan left here, the 2 garages, one under A and B and one under building E, are entered from the lowest point on the site. So the cars that would be coming in off of Alewife Brook Parkway would, if they are parking, enter into those garages before they come up onto the site. Building D has a separate garage of its own that would be entered from the midpoint of the site. We've envisioned enough on-street parking and some lots directly in front of the townhouses that allow general parking around the site. We've tried to manage the parking as a percentage of the unit count in each building. Next. So it's a mix of unit types. Studios are only in the AB building. We have a range of 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom between buildings E, D, and the townhouses, with the townhouses primarily being for larger families. And they're designed with a private front door and a private rear door that leads out to a private yard space for those larger families. Next. A view onto the site. The principle I've been talking about setting the buildings into the hillside, you can see illustrated here up at North Street at the Hamilton extension that is coming onto the site. You see the 3-story townhouses to the right, the scale of the buildings across the street. And on the left, you see our building D, which actually rises up 5 stories at that corner. Its lower level is tucked below it as the hill descends. On the left there, you're seeing an illustration of the extension of the North Street playground. We've actually set building D back from that corner so that we can add on to the North Street playground and have an active outdoor learning area at the entry to the site. In the back of this illustration, you see building E. You see its bend at the turn in the Hamilton Street extension, and you see the character of the building with a clear top, a middle, and a base that engages a community room, at a community area at its entry. Next. I've now come over onto Powder House. You're seeing the other side of the townhouse site on the left, and you see clearly the AB building on the right. This is our new street extending onto Powder House in a similar position now to where the current parking lot is entered. But in fact, this becomes a street that gets you into the development and could drive through the development. And you see the mid-rise scale that we've brought out to the Powder House corner and the taller section of the AB set behind it. Next. I've now come onto the site and I'm standing in what is a public courtyard between the A and B building, and I'm looking out to the open Central Park. From here, there's a nice flat area so that this courtyard actually sits at the same level as the lower level of our main park at the center. And you can see the stepped volumes of buildings E and D in the background. Next. Second design principle, introduce connections to the neighborhood. Next. So we spent a lot of time imagining the street network that would accommodate this development. And with our traffic engineer, we've also been careful to create neighborhood type streets that by the way they are designed provide traffic calming, and by the way they are arrowed on the site plan, you'll see that we've prevented, we're not looking to invite general traffic to be speeding through this site. So if one is coming up Alewife Brook Parkway and turns onto the site, they can't go all the way through to North Street because the one-way section of Hamilton Street extension would prevent them from doing that. We allow two-way off of Powder House so that residents and visitors can generally circulate. And we have designed at the center of the Hamilton Street extension a WUNRF. It's a European term, and by that we are really imagining a section of the street that calms traffic enough that people will feel comfortable being able to walk out the front door of building E and move onto the park easily. It's a raised table so that as cars approach it, they will be slowed down. We've provided landscaping on either side of it, and it becomes a a connection really here that makes our Central Park actually feel very much the front door of the buildings around it. Next. A very important part of the project is the realignment of the Powder House and Alewife Brook intersection. It will become a signalized intersection in a T shape, and this has meant that the turn of Powder House will be eased into a regular T with Alewife Brook. By doing this and signalizing the intersection, we'll be creating new crosswalks where residents of this development and the neighborhood will feel much safer being able to cross over into the park and further onto Dilboy Field. We will not be changing access or drive access for our neighbors. You see the stop sign there. We'll be leaving an access road that will provide all those neighbors the ability to get to their front door just as they always have. Next. But a big part of this is more than the streets that we're creating to extend the neighborhood grid. It's really about pedestrian connections, not just for the residents, but for all neighbors beyond. Here I had mentioned at the lower part of the screen, the North Street Park extension. We felt that setting Building D back and really inviting that park onto our site would really invite the neighborhood onto our site. We've set up the building volumes so that as you are coming onto the site, you see this curvaceous arrow here, that you can really come on to our Hamilton Street extension and view all the way across the site, across the common, through our courtyard connector, and all the way to the public open space across Alewife Brook Parkway. That is sort of a major view line within the site development, but of course we're providing landscaped sidewalks that allow tree pits and a broad walking surface throughout the development. And of course, we'll come back with further definition of how we've designed the landscape. Clearly, scaling it properly for townhouse entries versus the more gracious entries at the larger buildings. Next. And we have thought about loading, delivery, drop off, and all of that as well. This is that view line that I was talking about. So here you see the sidewalks, the crosswalks, our Central Park on the left, and you see this view line coming between buildings A and B and looking out across Alewife Brook Parkway. Next. When you get to the other side of that view corridor, you're still well above Alewife Brook Parkway. And so we are designing this gracious stair and a lift for accessible means so that if you've come across the site and you're enjoying the view, you can now wander down to the corner and a safe pedestrian way across Alewife Brook Parkway. The tree you see illustrated here is one of the magnificent trees and healthy trees left on the site that we will make great efforts to preserve. Next. Accessibility. Obviously, changing these buildings means that we are getting rid of non-compliant buildings. The 3-story buildings here require stairways to get to all the units. In our new design, we'll have a compliant, accessible path throughout the site. We'll have accessible parking spaces. We will have Group 1 and properly designed Group 1 and Group 2 units, and thoughtful design in all our community amenities. Next. And lastly, we find that this site process and working with the community has yielded an opportunity for a really meaningful central open space. Next. You've seen images of this as I've walked around the site, but our common at the center of the site is 0.4 acres. It is programmed to have some passive recreation area. At its lower side, it has a area for seniors and a smaller playground. On its upper side, and of course, it has visual connections to all the other green spaces that you saw on that plan. I think Corey's moving me along here. Just some imagery. We'll be back to talk more about our open space in another session, but some images that reflect ideas we're thinking about. Next. And we've designed that central open space to make sure that it is sun-filled most of the year. We've stepped building E to allow more southern sun into that space. And so here I'm showing spring and fall solstice. And so you see that in the morning it's fully lit, in the afternoon mostly lit, and it isn't until evening that it begins to get some shadow. Next. In the summer, the space is lit throughout the day. Next.
No.
And the winter solstice, even still at noontime, leaves us a significant area of light that hits the tip of our park. Next. Phasing. When we do these kinds of projects, phasing is always a very important part of the design plan. In this instance, when we demolish the existing buildings, we'll only be able to leave 3 of them. And so we're working to get enough built volume back in phase 1 that we can move back a number of the residents who would have had to have been relocated with the initial demolition. So in phase 1, we bring building E, which is 168 units, and the combination of building A and B of 331 units. So this is really our plan to get as many units in our first phase as possible. We'll still have, while this construction is going on, some existing parking in that existing parking lot for the 3 buildings that will remain. Next. And after phase 2, we will have completed buildings D and E. That allows us to construct our park, the North Street Park extension, and fully complete the sidewalks and streets throughout the development. Next. So, working with the city, we have parceled the site into a number of lots, and you see them illustrated here. So we have blocks for each of the buildings, and we also have parcels for each of the streets, Street 1 and Street 2. Next. On this metric, our green score, we've actually been able to design this site plan to exceed the green score as required by the current zoning. We've been able to, as you can see here, create open space on each of these blocks as we finally divided them, that range from 0.51 all the way up to 1.02. Each block better than the 0.35 required by zoning. Next. So what I'm going to do here is walk through these waivers generally, the kinds of waivers that we're looking for. And then if you would like, we have each block shown on a separate diagram at a larger scale where it's easier to see what some of these dimensions are. So starting from the top here, we're requesting a waiver from through lots, We will have between building A and B that through connection that becomes a very important pedestrian connection for us on the site. The current zoning doesn't allow through connections, and so we need a waiver to do that on parcel. As you see, Corey's pointing to C1. We need a waiver from lot shape. The current zoning speaks to rectangular sites. As you've seen, we have an unusually shaped site, and when we add our roadways and deal with our topography, we cannot create rectangular blocks here. Reference 15, lot depth. I believe the current zoning requires an 80-foot minimum lot depth, but as you can see in the way we've divided up the site, our depths range from 50 to 80 feet. Reference 6, building setbacks for building placement. We will need some relief from that, and I can show you that further as we get into the larger plans for each block. Reference 16, building placement. Again, we have need for building setbacks. Reference 7, massing and height with facade build out. We are under the minimum facade build out, basically due to the park expansion. Next. Reference 8, we need relief for the size of our floor plates. Current zoning would limit us to 7,000 square feet, and we have floor plates when you combine buildings A and B of up to 40,000 square feet. D is 10,000 square feet, and E is 21,000 square feet. To create the kind of density that were required on this site. Reference 11, the number of stories in this zone would be limited to 4 stories, but as I've shown you, we're talking about 3, 7, and 9 stories across the buildings. Reference 17, there is a requirement in the zoning that a row house be 24 feet. Our row houses are just about 14 feet. We actually feel the plans work very well. Item 12, minimum gross floor area per dwelling unit. The code is requiring us to have 1,125 square feet. And you can see in the column next to it that in A and B, we have 973 square feet. In building D, 1,100 square feet, and in building E, 1,107. Finally, dwelling units per site. Sorry.
Nancy, I can jump in if you want.
Go ahead.
That's for the row house district. The row house district would require, a definition would require a max of 10 units, and we have more than that to these 2 lots.
Thank you. It's cut off on my screen. I couldn't see it. Next. I believe that you were all given the dimension plan so that if you have it on a second screen, you can blow it up further, but let me continue and show you some of the dimensional relief and setbacks that we're proposing. Even I'm having trouble reading this.
This is Kendra Halliwell. I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, great. So these setbacks range. There are a couple of pinch points where the street curves going onto Alewife Parkway. So those are some of the worst conditions. There are also areas where the public right-of-ways that you can see in the light red line at the back of the sidewalk. In most cases, those property lot lines are aligned with the back of the sidewalk, but in a few cases they are not. So we are trying to illustrate and talk through each of those locations in the more detailed documentation. But typically along Alewife Parkway and along Powder House Boulevard, we are keeping the building primarily 10 feet from the back of the sidewalk that you can generally see in these plans. There are a couple of pinch points, but the lot lines are not the sort of thing that a person will feel when you're walking down the street. You're not going to know where that property line is. You can see it here in the dashed line. I think, Corey, you can sort of follow that. So you can see the property line jogs around a little bit, but we're taking care to create a buffer between the building and the sidewalk edge in as many places as we can.
Thank you, Kendra.
Thanks.
And Nancy, I changed to a format where I can zoom in wherever you want. That's helpful.
Joanne?
And to the zoning board as well.
Okay.
Do you have the plug for this?
So I'm not sure if the zoning board members would like to dig in deeper to this and walk around the site, or just to know that the dimensional information is here. We're happy to do whichever. Obviously, this is all technical. It will get recorded as part of the waivers. And so when we're requesting relief, we'll be requesting based upon the minimum setback, basically. Although, as Kendra's just pointed out, we typically along the edges of the site have a 10-foot setback from the back of the sidewalk. And within the site, it varies based upon which building and which sidewalk you are on.
I don't think at this hour and other cases behind us that we can delve into it right now.
Understood.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I may suggest, we could briefly, sorry, this is Charlotte speaking. 71 Union Square is still in line, but since we've started Clarendon, if I may suggest that we briefly pause and request a continuance from 71 Union Square to go to the next meeting so that we can focus on this case. If the board and chair is amenable to that, that would be one way to proceed and not make anyone who is here for 71 Union Square wait around much longer.
Well, what is 71? Have you spoken to anybody at 71 yet?
I have not spoken to anyone at 71 Union Square tonight.
Whatever you want to do.
Madam Chair, if there's members of the public for 71 Union Street or Square that they've already waited 4 hours, I don't know, is there anyone, do we know? For projects of this size, if I may through the chair, these are going to take multiple meetings, like multiple meetings. Like usually you should focus on one topic per meeting so that we can digest it and really evaluate it. So I'm not sure how much more we're going into this tonight.
If I may, this is Corey Meehan. That was the end of our presentation. Our hope tonight was to get you familiar with the massing, the general heights of the buildings, the waivers required to accommodate those heights, and the waivers required on the setbacks. We can certainly dig in at a future meeting more to the setbacks because we will go into each building and each thoroughfare independently. But our goal tonight was to present that first list of waivers and really get folks comfortable with, or at least introduced to the height.
No, we can see me.
Madam Chair, if I may suggest, based on Corey's comments, if they're done with their presentation, maybe we could take public comment for this case. And if the board has any initial comments or questions, we can address those and then move on to 71 Union Square. Would that be amenable?
I guess so. Whatever you suggest, Charlotte. Meet this, I'm going to say it right now, because I'm considering my board and other cases after us. A case of this magnitude from now on should have a special meeting. From now on, after tonight.
I understand.
Thank you. Continue.
Madam Chair, it's up to your discretion what the next step is. We can take public comment.
Presentation.
They are done with their presentation.
Now we open it to the public.
Okay, members of the public, if you would like to speak on this project, please raise your hand. I see a few hands raised, so I'm going to start with Letisa Scott.
And you have your timer?
That hand just went down. I'm going to start with Owen Wartella. Owen, you're on mute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Owen Wartella, 34 Electric Avenue. I'd like to say that I support this project. However, I would like to understand why the owner developer is asking for a waiver in the city's zoning requirements for the LEED Platinum requirement. And I understand that this is a 40B. However, the design team has elected to ask for a waiver to achieve LEED Gold status under version 4. However, they may be able to achieve a cost-effective upgrade and acquire platinum level status by using LEED version 4.1. So I'm asking that the board request that the developer adjust their LEED credentials from version 4 to version 4.1 in order to possibly achieve the credits to meet the platinum certification, in particular, the stormwater credits. Furthermore, I would like to request that the board recommends that either the city engineer or a peer review the current stormwater design. So the current design, the current site development is using the bare minimum BMP measures to mitigate stormwater flows and volumes without providing the city's vision for environmental and climate change considerations. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Madam Chair, the next is Letisa Scott. Letisa, you are unmuted.
Hello. My name is Letitia Scott. I'm a member of Clarendon Residents United. I am the co-president of that. And I'm really just going in to support this project. Me and my co-president, the rest of the board, a lot of our tenants, most of them have really been working with the developers for 4 years almost now. And we've worked together to come up with a very strong plan that would benefit the tenants when it came to relocation and moving back, and anything they may need in that process to help them get by as best as we can. And really just voicing my support and letting you know that our tenants are fully behind this project. When we saw them in January, they were so ready to move, they're ready. And so, yeah, I'm just here to support, and thank you for starting this process of the zoning process with us. So thank you.
Ms. Scott, what was the group you belong to?
I belong to Clarendon Residents United. I'm the co-president of that organization, and it's our tenants organization here at Clarendon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good rest of your night.
Oh. Next, please.
The next person is Scott Hyman. Scott, you are unmuted.
Yes, I would like to just put in my 2 cents as a member of the development team from Somerville Community Corporation, that basically all the work you see before you represents about 4.5 years of work and neighborhood meetings with hundreds and hundreds of people. And I want to put in a real plug for the residents of Clarendon Hill who have lived through COVID and other issues and so forth, and who have been basically, no pun intended, dying for a redevelopment plan to get one started to move towards better, higher quality housing for themselves and future residents of Clarendon Hill. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person to be unmuted is Ariel White.
Hi, my name's Ariel White. I live at 11 Hinckley Street, and I'd also like to speak in support of the waiver request for this proposal. Residents of the current Clarendon Hill site, as you've heard, have spoken out for a long time about the conditions there and about the need for their homes to be both affordable and safe. And this project allows for both those things, as well as adding much needed moderately affordable and market rate units as well. And as I think we've seen tonight, the team has been thoughtful about how this project will fit into the surrounding neighborhood. So this strikes me as very reasonable density to be building, especially given the benefits of this plan. And honestly, if anything, given the high rate of transit use and active transportation among residents of the area, I'd love to see a little less parking in the project. But on the whole, I think this is a project that's very much in line with Somerville's values, particularly those of justice and of inclusivity. And so I'll be really excited to see it built at last. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next person is Jessica Turner. Jessica, you are unmuted.
Jessica?
Hi, hello. My name is
Hello.
Jessica Turner. I'm one of the co-presidents of Clarendon Residents United. I live at 34 North Street. And I just wanted to let you guys know that the residents here, we support this project, and we're hoping that, you know, it can be started very soon. The sooner that we're able to get out of our units, the better for us. And that is dependent on this project moving forward. So I appreciate you guys and you know, the developer team working with us for the past 4 years, literally grueling. But at the same time, you know, it's becoming this long, drawn out process. And I just am really hopeful and looking forward to you guys giving us your support so that we can finally make it through this.
Thank you.
Next up is Jason Long. Jason Jong, you are unmuted. Jason?
Jason?
Okay, I'm going to move on to the next person. The next person is Laura Evans. Laura, you are unmuted.
Lauren? Hello?
Laura, you are self-muted, so if you can unmute yourself, you'll be able to speak.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. My name is Laura Evans. I live at 221 Powder House, which makes me a neighbor of this project. And I have been going to these meetings about this project for 4 years, and I'm so excited to see it taking the next steps to move forward. I think the development team has done a good job working with both the neighbors of the project and the current residents in developing a project that meets the requirements. And I just think it's really important that this project move forward so that my neighbors at this site can have safe homes. So I hope that you support it as well.
Thank you.
The next person is Meredith Elbaum. Meredith, you are unmuted.
Hi, I'm Meredith Elbaum, 6 Bigelow Street. I'm an architect. I'm also the executive director of Built Environment Plus, which some may know as the USGBC, U.S. Green Building Council of Massachusetts. I'm generally in support of this project, but I want to talk about the request for the waiver regarding LEED Platinum certification and the request to achieve LEED Gold certifiable instead. I acknowledge that LEED Platinum requirements for buildings over 50,000 square feet is new to Somerville, and then also that the knowledge on the board relative to LEED, because there's a lot of nuances to it, might vary. So as is, the project is showing only achieving 61 credits. That's just barely meeting LEED Gold's 60-point threshold. LEED Platinum is at 80 points, so that's a full 25% deficit that this project is showing. I urge the board to request analysis per credit on the reasoning for not achieving the 80 credits that includes options for LEED v4 4.1, as Owen said, when possible. In my experience, along with other consultants who I talked to about this project, there appear to be many credits that I would expect the project to be achieving, and I'm surprised not to see them choosing to do. Some of the credits not being pursued are just best practice and should particularly not be ignored in an affordable housing project. These include but aren't limited to additional enhanced commissioning strategies, which just make sure that the building is built and operated as it is intended, advanced energy metering, and many of the enhanced indoor environmental quality strategies like low emitting materials and indoor air quality assessment. It's well known that children in affordable housing are at higher risk for asthma, and the project should be achieving these indoor environmental credits. I'm also wondering why we're not seeing bicycle facilities being pursued. The point, bikes are clearly a high priority for the city. There also looks like there's some easy opportunity to save water. I calculated at about 20% more from their shower heads. Right now they're at 2.0 gallons per minute. They can be at 1.6. I have 1.6 in my house. Yeah.
That is 2 minutes.
Okay.
So if you could wrap up.
Okay, great. I am wrapping up. The last thing is I just think this is a slippery slope to let the waiver pass, because if anything, we should be demanding more for those who need us the most. The developer cited cost being the issue. I don't believe all the missed credits cost more money, and for those that do, I think they're worth it. At the very least, I ask for you to ask for a point-by-point cost analysis and the reason for not pursuing each point.
Thank you very much.
The next person is Jason Jong. We're going to try again. Jason, you are unmuted.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I'm Jason Jong from 33 Newbury Street, so just around the corner. I think the drawings we were shown are really beautiful, and I really appreciate the connectivity to the wider neighborhood. And I'm excited for our neighbors in Clarendon Hill to have a safe and healthy place to live. I am in full support of this project. Again, parking seems a bit excessive, and I would like to see some bicycle storage facilities, but those are my only comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next comment is David Teasell.
Hi, my name is David Tissell, 26 Flag Street. I work at the Somerville Community Corporation, and I've had the pleasure of meeting a lot of the residents at Clarendon Hill over the last 2 years that I've worked at SCC. And I'm really looking forward to this project moving forward. And I guess I'd urge the board to keep the big picture in mind here, in addition to the details of the variances and exceptions that are being proposed. What we're trying to do here is provide permanently affordable housing for the 216 families that are there in a building that is going to be much more environmentally sustainable than the current buildings. And that's all for now. Thanks.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Charlotte. At this time, I do not see anyone else who is raising their hand to speak. And so I'm going to hand it off to Councillor Ballantyne, who is here. Give me 1 second to unmute her. Councillor Ballantyne, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Dear honorable board members, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sometimes my microphone hasn't been working. Thank you. So good evening, I'm Tatiana Ballantyne. I am the ward councilor for this project. It's certainly exciting to be here at this point after nearly 4 years process. There have been, 11 community meetings, probably more than 40 residents meetings. And I want to thank you all, residents, the city staff, and the developer team, and specifically the city staff. In the last 3 weeks, I've met with them 4 times about this project. And in general, there has been support for this project in our neighborhood, by the neighbors, by me. There are some concerns. The planning department and the developer team are aware of these concerns because I've been transparent about my comments. So I hope that as we go through the next few ZBA meetings, that these concerns can be addressed. So I would therefore ask that the board require the developer team to provide the following information for public review before you consider acting on the project. One is require all internal roadways and sidewalks to be built to Chapter 11 because the intent is that the roads would be passed over to city ownership. Two, require stormwater management plan because flooding and the water tables are such a serious issue on Alewife Brook. Neighbors don't want the project to make anything worse, and Alewife Brook is one of two of the most worst flood areas in the city. One is over in Target, the second is Alewife Brook. So three, that we require an updated traffic plan that also takes into consideration the new intersection design for Powder House and Alewife Brook Parkway. Four, require the open space comply. This is the central open space because I've been told that it's required to be 2,500 square feet and it's been reduced to 1,500 square feet. We spent a lot of time as a city creating green space requirements through our strategic planning and our new zoning, and we don't want this project setting the precedent for non-compliance. And as you've heard from a couple of other speakers, require compliance with LEED Platinum certifiability in accordance with our zoning. There are both social justice imperatives, environmental mandates that demand that projects comply with our energy efficient design requirements. We spent a long time and effort establishing these requirements. Let's not set the precedent of granting relief so early on. Let's not fail at the first test. Social justice requires us to provide quality environments for all income demographics rather than to exclude the low earning income demographic. Our ability to continue living on this planet requires that we insist upon sustainable design. I have included specific suggestions in my testimony that I've shared with the planning department, and the developer team also has. 6 would require all native species, trees, and plantings. 7 is requiring adhering to the Somerville Tree Preservation Ordinance for this project, even if it's on public land. So I thank you very much. I look forward to meeting with you over the next few months as we work on this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, while Councillor Ballantyne was speaking, 2 more people have raised their hands. The first one is Karina Wilkinson. Karina, you are unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure that you received materials on the proximity of the project to the Spectra Algonquin Interstate.
Yes, we did. Yes.
Okay. And that's in the Stop and Shop parking lot. So I don't know if where the easement ends for that pipeline, but if part of the project is on their easement, then they need to give their approval. And I'm not exactly sure what kind of power you have over the setbacks and heights related to the pipeline, but the plans right now show the densest building closest to the pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Tom Lamar. Tom, you're unmuted.
Hello.
Yep.
Thank you. My name is Tom Lamar. I serve as chair of the Somerville Bicycle Advisory Committee and mayoral appointed committee that advises the city with matters related to bicycling. I wish to note that the project proponents have previously met with several members of the Bicycle Advisory Committee regarding the mobility within the project in general, as well as future safety improvements at Powder House Boulevard and Alewife Brook Parkway. Speaking for myself, I wish to add general support for the project, both in regards to adding and improving badly needed housing, and specifically with regards to the mobility and safety improvements that this project would unlock. I understand there will be additional public process in the future regarding the specific mobility improvements, but wish to note my personal general support for advancing the project and getting to the point of specifically advancing those mobility improvements. Thank you.
I get it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, the last person that I see who has raised their hand is Eric Huntley. Eric, you are unmuted.
Hi, this is Eric Huntley. I'm at 18 Kingman Road, Ward 2, and I wanted to say that I'm strongly in support of this project. I'm a faculty member in the Department of Urban Studies and Planning at MIT, and one of the things that's really troubled me over the last several years is the fact that Somerville is in a deep and apparently persistent housing crisis that's only going to get worse as people feel the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and the sustained recession that's likely to follow. And given that context, especially, I think it's essential that the city dedicate its resources and give its support to projects like this one that emphasize funding and maintaining permanently affordable housing in our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, at this time, I do not see any other hands raised on this project.
Okay, thank you, Charlotte. Open it up to the board. Does anybody, do you need time to digest this, or did you have a few questions you wanted to throw out to the presenters this evening? Elaine?
What I would like is, I know many pictures were shown to us and some graphs and words about waivers and which buildings need what waivers. I would like hard copies of those. I know it's not capable right now. People are not at City Hall, so we're not receiving our packets. As the project moves on and we need to refer to something, I don't have a double computer. So when I'm on the meeting, if I don't have a drawing to refer to on the side, I just, I have nothing. And I know we've had pictures flashed up tonight. Some of them have been really tiny, the wording. So I'd like to have that kind of a copy in front of me, and I could probably use my magnifying glass at home to enlarge that tiny print to see where setbacks are. So I don't know if that's possible, but I would like to request that.
Thank you, Elaine. Is that something the applicant can do?
Hi, this is Corey. Yes, absolutely. We'll coordinate with Charlotte getting hard copies sent to your home.
Thank you.
If I may, would all board members like hard copies?
I would, because I'm in the same boat and we have these meetings, unless a lot of things are going to be changing on certain items, but some of these, especially with the waivers involved, I'd like to be able to see something up close and personal.
Okay.
Anybody else want to cover? Anybody? Just two? Just two.
Okay, I will coordinate on getting those to you.
Thank you. Anybody else have a comment tonight? Danielle?
I just have I don't want to get into too much specifics since this is just an overview and now's the time to digest it. But my first takeaway is I think there's a lot of parking being provided, which is going to encourage car ownership. There's already a lot of traffic and speeding problems in the area nearby a school. And so I do worry about the increased, like the volume of trips that will come from adding, was it 300 something new units? So, I mean, we keep seeing projects where we're reducing the parking requirements and, trying to discourage having so many cars that the C was 300 and how many parking spots are there? 357 parking spots is my count. That's a lot. And I think if those surface parking lots, the surface parking area, if those could be, if that street could be narrowed and made into parallel parking, then you could increase the green space. One of the counselor's comments was that she'd like to see the green space and open space increase, which I also agree with, because I believe, was there a waiver that was being requested for that to not meet the minimum?
I don't believe there's a waiver on open space, but we'll dig into that when we get to it for the next hearing. I apologize, I don't have that in front of me. And Kendra, I don't know if you could speak to it.
But I feel like that's kind of the low hanging fruit to create more open space and to reduce the parking would be to get rid of a lot of that surface parking right in the middle. I don't see why that's needed. There's 357 spaces. It's an incredible amount of parking.
If I may, this is Charlotte speaking. I believe the waiver that is related to open space and 1,500 feet instead of 2,500 feet is specifically related to the play structure or the playground area, which is a small space within the larger D1 lot. So that is 1,000 feet too small, or is 1,000 feet smaller than zoning requires.
Right.
But it's not that they are not providing 2,500 feet of general open space. It's specifically they aren't providing 2,500 feet of playground open space.
Well, I would definitely be in favor of more playground space. This side of the city does not have a lot of playgrounds, especially not nice new ones. The North Street playground is great, but it is very small, the one that's there now. And there's a lot of conflicts with users, like the basketball court's right next to the splash pad and the balls go in there and, you know, knock toddlers in the head. It's just very cramped. I feel like if you're gonna have this many people and it's this many units and it's geared towards families, I think that the playground space should be larger.
This is Nancy Ludwig. We are expanding North Street Playground and creating learning environments. Rather than repeating the kind of equipment that's already there, we were trying to program it a bit differently. So there is a significant expansion of North Street as well. I think we were trying not to replicate all the equipment that is there at North Street, which is why we've designed our play areas to supplement those program play areas.
Thank you. Danielle, that okay? You all set?
I'm not all set with that being the reason why it's smaller. I still want to see it larger and the surface parking reduced.
Thank you. Anybody else? Ian Brockelman?
I hope this is specific, but maybe it's a quick question. Facade build out, what is that requirement and variance or a waiver? What does that mean, facade build out? Reference 7?
Yep, this is Kendra. That specific request is facade build out. You're supposed to have a certain proportion of the facade up along the street edge. And so if you look at building D there at the bottom of the page, that lot goes from the top left corner out to North Street. So we're not building the building out to North Street. And so we're asking for a waiver to leave that as open play area because the requirement is for more building along the street edge.
I see. I thought it was the other way, like the depth of the facade, but it's how it lines the street. I think I got it. This is more a comment, and I don't know if it's within our purview, but when I see reliance on a mechanical lift for accessibility for a brand new project, I wonder if there's a solution that's not a mechanical lift solution for ground up new projects.
The lift.
I mean, you don't have to answer it, but that's, you know.
I'm happy to answer it briefly. It's Nancy Ludwig. When I was saying the lift, it was associated with the stair that takes you from the courtyard in between buildings A and B down the 18 feet-ish, 15 feet down to Alewife Brook Parkway. We studied ramp systems that it would fill up the whole site to ramp you down. So we would supplement the stair with a lift slash elevator, a means for access so that someone in a wheelchair would be able to come through the same way on the site.
Excuse me, I have a comment to piggyback on that. This is Susan. So would that be a all-season lift?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Everybody else set? Drew? Well, I think that wraps it up for us tonight with some questions. I'm sure we're all going to go back and do our homework and our reading. So thank you very much. It was a really nice presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
When do we think we might see the North Street folks again?
So, Madam Chair, if usually I would say 2 weeks, June 24th, but if you would like to have a separate meeting for this project, I would ask if there's another night that you would prefer to have, either another night, not Wednesday, or more likely another night as in a different Wednesday, either the 17th or the 1st or something.
On your calendar right now, how many cases do you have set up for the 24th? Because I knew we did one tonight.
So currently we have, I don't think we have any new cases that are advertised for the 24th. So the only cases that we have on the 24th are cases that are continued tonight to the 24th. So right now we only have 345 Medford Street.
Okay. Well, if we only have 345, if that's still true, and we have 345 and then this, that's fine for the night. But if we're going to add more, then we should reschedule them another time. I hope I'm speaking for the board. Do you understand what I was saying about tonight? All right. Are you willing to do another night? Elaine, what do you have to say?
Well, we haven't done 71 yet, so we don't know if they're going to be continued also to the next meeting.
Right. So what's the pleasure of the board? Have Charlotte get back to us on how things are lining up? Hello, hello?
Yes.
We have to continue it to a date certain.
We do need to continue it to a date certain.
Okay. Do you guys want to do another night, or do you want to add, what do we have, the one meeting in July?
We have the one meeting in July. If I may suggest, we can continue it to June 24th tonight. And if June 24th ends up being fuller than we would like, we could, in the 2 weeks between now and June 24th, we could either schedule a meeting on the 1st or the 8th, or whatever other date works for the board.
What's the pleasure?
I think that's a good plan, and especially since we're remote, that it's easier to be able to, add a.
We'll go with the 8th, because I think the July 1st runs into the holiday week, and a lot of people might be taking some vacations. Does July 8th work for everybody?
I think
that doesn't work for me.
Anybody else? Yeah, works.
If I may, we could schedule this for the 24th, and then in the intervening 2 weeks, determine whether the 24th or a different day works for everyone. We don't There's no availability for me
24th.
before the 24th.
Let's go with the 24th.
All right.
Danielle, could you make
I'll
that
make-
motion, please?
In the matter of 34 North Street, case 40B 2020-001, I make a motion that we continue this to the January 24th, 2020 meeting.
Second.
Seconded by Elaine Severino. Josh Safdie? Aye.
Aye.
Ann Brockelman?
Aye.
Danielle Evans?
Aye.
Drew Kane?
Aye.
And Elaine Severino?
Aye.
And Susan Fontano, aye. Unanimous, so 34 North will move to June 24th, 2020. Thank you. 71 Union Square, I'm sorry.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
yeah, this is a case that I'm going to have to recuse myself from. It was part of the Union Square neighborhood plan. So I won't be able to sit in on this case. And I worked on the plan, which is where the conflict lies.
All right, Drew, thank you. Are
Okay.
you gonna be able to hang around for other business, or would you like to be recused from that?
I'd like to be recused if the other business is just approval of meeting minutes. What is the other business?
If I may, the other business is we are requesting that the board grant OSPC permission to submit the safe harbor assertion to DHCD. Technically, the safe harbor assertion is supposed to be done by and come from the board. But with so many of these things, staff is happy to do it on your behalf. We just need you to vote to approve to allow us to do it on your behalf.
Drew?
Sorry, you're waiting for me. I don't think I need to be there for that.
She's talking to you.
Yeah, no, I would trust you all and the staff to make that decision. That seems fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good night, sir. See you in couple. All right.
Goodbye, all. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Aye.
So 71 Union, is this a new case?
I think so.
This is a new case.
All right, there you go, Danielle.
71 Union Square, DRA 2020-0038. Lakshmi Pradhan, trustee of Everest Realty Trust, proposes to construct a 3-story commercial building in the commercial core district. The proposal requires 2 hardship variances for ground story height and for ground story fenestration.
Thank you.
This is Charlotte speaking. I'm going to unmute Will Chalfant and Adam Dash, who are the architect and attorney for this project. Adam and Will, let me know if there's anyone else I should unmute.
Hey, Charlotte, this is 48 Grove Street. You hear me?
Barely.
Well, let me try this then. Well, I wanted to see if you could unmute Binod Pradhan as well.
I will unmute him. This is Charlotte speaking. While I unmute him, if you would like to start presenting, he needs to enter his PIN and unmute himself.
That's fine. Can you hear me?
Adam, try and speak up, or don't be on speakerphone or whatever, because it's very faint.
Yeah,
Try. That's better.
Is that better?
Yeah, a little bit. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, yeah, this is Adam Dash, 48 Grove Street, Somerville, representing Lakshmi Pradhan, trustee of Everett Realty Trust, which is the owner of the 71 Union Square property. With us from the trust is Binod Pradhan. This is a single-story commercial building between 2 historic structures, one being the old police station with Brass Union and the other being the Independent restaurant. This is the CC4 zone. The project's to add 2 stories to that pre-existing non-conforming commercial structure, and to put a cannabis retail store on the first floor. And then on the second floor would be a meeting and community education space, and the third floor would be office space. This is a very small lot in Union Square. It's 1,757 square feet, of which the floor plate of the building is 1,631. So you've basically got a situation where the building pretty much covers the lot and it touches the two historic buildings on either side. So this is a hearing. This hearing is the first of a number of stops we're going to have to go to. Just so you know, after this, we go to Historic Preservation on a demo delay. We go to the Urban Design Commission, then we go to the Planning Board for site plan approval and cannabis retail special permits. So whatever you do tonight really just kicks us off down the road to much other process. We filed this about 3 months ago, before the pandemic hit. And originally we needed 5 variances, but as you know, the zoning ordinance got amended by the council since then. So we're down to just 2 variances at this point. And they're actually 2 of the more minor variances, which are the ground story height and the ground story fenestration. This is not building height. This is just the ground story floor to ceiling height and the fenestration, which really comes off of the ground story height. So while they're 2 things, it's really just one thing that we're talking about. And I'll go into it a little bit. The reason for these variances basically, and I don't know if you can put up the sort of the picture there, Charlotte, whoever is putting up the photos or the plan
Give
set.
me one moment and I will.
Thank you.
Yeah. The purpose of this is really to line up the floors on this building with the 2 historic buildings floors on either side. That's the point of it. This would enhance and match the abutters. And this project, I should note, there were several neighborhood meetings that were held back before the pandemic. And this was supported by the neighbors and the abutters at the neighborhood meeting. So yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. So what you can see here, what we're showing here on you can see on the bottom with the red lines. On the left is obviously the old police station, the Brass Union building. On the right's the Independent. In the middle is our building as this is done. If you can see on the top, you can see on the top one, you can see how the stories line up, and that's what we're looking to do. If you look on the bottom, that's what the zoning would require for the ground story height and the ground story fenestration, which would then make our building not line up with the ones on either side of it. So what we're just trying to do, the building stays the same size. What we're trying to do is just sort of keep the floors that we have in the same rhythm as the buildings on either side, so it looks like a street front going across. That's what we're trying to do here, not detract from the 2 historical buildings on either side. We do have an unusual situation here. I mean, it's a very small lot. It's not a square, it's not a regular lot. It's a rectangle that's sort of a little skewed. It's sandwiched between these 2 historic buildings. It's not on a street per se, which was why we have this sort of generic Union Square address. I'm sure you're familiar with the area and the parking lot in front of it. It has the building cover most of the lot. It's a kind of a unique situation here. And what we're doing is the current building has less than the height required under the zoning ordinance, which now requires 3 stories, and we're at 1. And the only way to really comply with the number of stories without clashing and detracting from the historical abutters is to get these variances for the ground story height and ground story fenestration so we can match it and preserve the streetscape. I can say if the lot were a regular square and then our building wouldn't have to touch the buildings on either side, then this wouldn't be as much of an issue because you'd have some visual break between the buildings. But as you can see, you just don't. The only way to keep this line, the lines we're showing on the top, which is our proposal, is to get the variances that we're seeking. I don't think the zoning ordinance really took this situation into account because it's a little odd. I should note that 2 of the councilors who have spoken in favor of this were in favor of the new zoning. So as far as what the intent of the new zoning was, I would think those who passed it actually were fine with our what we were showing the neighbors back before the pandemic. The applicant's afraid that if he's forced to comply here, that he's going to end up in trouble with some of the abutters, and they can speak for themselves. But I know we wanted the top, and what we've applied for is what we showed the neighbors, and we really didn't want to go back on that at this point. We did, I should note my client, Mr. Pradhan, actually got Historic Preservation Award for his 1133 Broadway project back in January this year for adding a floor to an existing building to match the surrounding buildings around it. So it's not as if this hasn't happened before. Let's see, I should note that the ground story height and fenestration that our historic butters on either side don't meet the zoning either. We're really just non-conforming to match the existing non-conformity rather than just try to drop something in there that meets the zoning but doesn't meet what's around it in context. because this is an adaptive reuse of a pre-existing non-conforming situation, and we need the relief to develop it and respect the context. I would note that we're doing a green roof here to try to make up for the fact that we pretty much have no yard. Will, do you want to talk about Will Chalfant from Casa Design can talk about the details of it a bit, and then I'll finish up.
Sure. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I appreciate everyone staying up this late, and I commend you with dealing with the challenges associated with this technology. It's been interesting to watch for sure. So this project really is in a unique spot in that it's between two of the more well-known buildings in Union Square, and ones that I don't think anyone wants or plans to see go away in a long time. And I think the new zoning overhaul in general was very effective, and I think maybe this is something that is very specific to this lot, to be honest with you. I understand the intent of an 18-foot first floor height, and I have read planning's report regarding that, you know, this may not forever be the use that we're showing now, and that it's a long-term thought for the lifespan of the building. I would just note that the existing, you know, meter of these buildings on either side, as far as their openings at street level, aren't expansive. We're not looking for large expanses of glass. These are classical buildings that simply weren't built that way in the past. And this not only benefits the intended use for this space, but also I think fits in aesthetically. As Adam noted, we're really trying to pick up on the cornices on either side. I will be honest, the lower image is somewhat exaggerated to prove our point, but I do believe that our intention on the original design was really to pick up on the existing fabric of Union Square and not to stand out. While we know Union Square is changing, we feel this little corner of it really isn't going anywhere, and we'd like to respect that.
Yeah, thanks, Will. This is Adam again. We believe it would be substantially detrimental to the public good to be forced to comply here because of the way it would clash with the historical buildings around us. And I should note, this is relatively small relief we're seeking here. I mean, we originally had, as I said, 5 variances. We've gotten it down to 2 with working with the staff on some of them. And then, of course, the city council changing the zoning recently on some of the others. And all my client wants to do is just to match the context, be respectful, have a nice looking building, and reuse the existing non-conforming situation here. And we think that going against that actually is, you know, it's one of those rare situations where actually following the zoning kind of undoes what I think is the larger point of some of this. And so it's not as some of the other relief you've heard tonight seeking variances. We're not looking to get taller or anything like that. We're just recalibrating how the floors line up in the building. And if you look at the big picture and what's best for Union Square, we think our proposal, the top one here, and how it harmoniously lines up is better. And I would say that in 6.3 point B, one of the purposes of the CC district is to create quality ground store commercial space. And we believe that our top picture there actually is quality ground store commercial space, like the other ground store commercial space you see right there. This isn't a block, as Will said, that's going to have high rises on it. This block's basically going to be these buildings that you see here. I don't see the Independent or the old police station going anywhere. So with the lateness of the hour, I will stop at that. And if you have questions, happy to take them.
Okay. Is there anyone here from the public to speak to 71 Union Square?
Madam Chair, this is Charlotte speaking. Don Warner has raised his hand. Don, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well, thank you.
My name is Don Warner. I'm the owner of 66 Union Square, which is the former police station, which abuts 2 sides of 71 Union Square. My tenants are mostly nonprofits and local businesses which benefit the citizens of Somerville. The expansion of 71 Union Square would cause substantial detriment to the public good and negatively impact my property and tenants and other businesses in Union Square. 71 Union Square is located in a very small landlocked parcel with no open space. Construction on that small parcel would directly impact my building and the independent building that abut the property. Those impacts include, but are not limited to, potential damage to foundations and underground utilities. Construction will generate dust and debris as well as disruptive noise. Keep in mind that Union Square already has a number of ongoing problems, including rat infestation and basement flooding. 71 Union Square has no open space for construction vehicles and equipment or laydown space. That means that while the construction is going on, they're going to have to use parking spaces, public parking spaces, or the plaza to be able to build what they're building. There's already a shortage of parking in Union Square, and the plaza is heavily used by the public. It's an amenity that shouldn't be taken away from the public. The use plan for 71 Union Square generates significant, or will generate significant car and delivery truck traffic and parking demands. Customer parking and idling will overflow onto Sanborn Court, which 71 Union Square has no ownership of, and eventually work its way down to my parking lot, which is used by both my building and the Independent, which is a private lot. Keeping 71 Union Square's customers and delivery truck drivers from illegally using Sanborn Court or the private parking lot will be nearly impossible to enforce. I don't object adding to this building. My concern is the impact it will have on the neighbors during construction and the impact it will have on the neighbors in my building once it's operational. This is a use that unfortunately generates a lot of traffic. You look at where it's been built in the past, Brookline's one example of that, and it's a mess. Anyway, for these reasons, I am strongly opposed to the expansion of 71 Union Square. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Charlotte speaking. At this time, I am not seeing, apologies. I'm not seeing, Jason Jong would like to speak. Jason, you are unmuted.
Hi, this is Jason Jong from 33 Newbury Street. I'd just like to point out that given all the Green Line construction in Union Square, it seems like everyone's kind of accepted a construction and logistical mess in there, and it seems like a pretty good opportunity to start construction on a new building. And the Green Line station should reduce the overall need for parking in Union Square. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I do not see any other people who have indicated that they wish to speak.
Okay, thank you. So we'll close that portion and open up to the board. We have some comments and questions. Ann?
I'm looking at the staff report. Staff, did you create an alternate facade design?
So essentially what we did
I've
was
never seen that.
We took the top design and stretched it a little bit so that the cornice lines matched the neighboring buildings. We did not redesign it at all. We just shifted the proportions a little bit to show that designing a building that meets the 18-foot ground story requirement does not inherently have to conflict with neighboring historic buildings.
Can you show that, Charlotte? I mean, it's so subtle that I almost didn't notice that it's actually another drawing that staff produced. Did everyone notice that in the packet?
Give me one moment to pull it up. In the staff report, it is, oh no, it's actually, here we go. It's loading. So the top drawing was basically cut out and pasted on top of the bottom drawing with slight modifications.
So the ground floor is now higher than its neighbors, but you're continuing the cornice line to match. So the ground floor is where the red line is, which is what is required by zoning.
That is correct.
So, and it also lists five variances in the narrative, but attorney has said it's only two now. So it's ground story height and what else?
So the two variances that this project needs are ground story height and ground story fenestration. When this project came in early March, it was also requesting variances for open space, green score, and the number of stories, because this is the MR4 district and they were only proposing 3 stories. That was effectively a typo in the zoning code that we have now amended. The intention was always to allow 3-story buildings in a 4-story district. As for the other 2 variances, the green score has been addressed by providing a green roof, and the open space will be addressed by providing a payment in lieu. The fee for that has not yet been determined, but it will be provided as part of site plan approval.
And what's the ground story fenestration requirement?
So
I'm sorry if I didn't understand the first time.
No, it's okay. The ground story fenestration requirement, in this district, it is required that 70% of the ground story facade be fenestrated in some way, so windows or doors.
Minimum.
Minimum, 70% minimum. In this case, they're providing 43, I believe. That number could be slightly off.
If I could just jump in real quickly, this is Will from Calsa Design. The stretched version that they're showing still does not
all glass
requirement. So I appreciate the attempt, but it still doesn't meet the zoning that they're requiring as far as fenestration. So what's shown still require a variance.
And this is Adam Datchigan, and you can still see with what they're proposing here that the windows, especially over by the independent side, still don't look right and they don't line up right. That's why we're just trying to do something that looks good here and fits. That's all. We're not trying to get around the zoning. And this isn't and I would say this isn't a meaningfully large variance that we're seeking, because the building doesn't change. It's just really how it visually looks and how it lines up on the outside with the abutters. So I mean, that's why we're seeking.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the fenestration again. In the applicant rendering, it's mostly glass. Are you still not making that 70% minimum fenestration?
Yeah, we're short by approximately 150 square feet of glass.
Can you go back? Sorry, Charlotte.
It's okay. Now that I have them both open, it's easy to switch back.
So that bottom image, that still doesn't need it?
No, I'm sorry. The bottom image there meets it. My point was on the adjusted version that the city did, that what they're showing still wouldn't meet the city requirement of the 70% open glazing on the ground level.
Yes, Adam Dash. He was talking about the one in the staff report doesn't meet it. What we're seeing right now is what the planning staff had asked us to come back and show them what compliant facade would look like versus non-compliant facade. So the top is what we applied for, the non-compliant facade to match, and the bottom Will drew up what compliant would look like with the fenestration and everything meeting it. What's in the staff report maybe meets the ground story height, but it still doesn't meet the fenestration. That's sort of a third plan. We never filed that, obviously.
Got it.
Because we were just asked to show what compliant. So we just don't like the way compliance looks, and we don't like the way it lines up, particularly with the independent building. It just doesn't look right. But, you know, that's So we felt it was a reasonable request and a relatively small ask.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Josh, do you have a comment? No? Danielle?
I guess I'm just still trying to kind of wrap my head around it. So the ground story height of the adjacent buildings, what is it? Is that, so is it, are they 14 feet? Or does it just appear that way because of, that may be different?
So this is Will from, sorry. Will from Calsa Design. So on the Independent, you know, obviously the building is close to 200 years old, I believe, or if not older. And so the very small floor-to-floors there, I would say they're about 10 feet each max. So our existing is around 14 to the underside of the deck. And so we're still obviously higher than the Independent, but it's sort of a halfway transition between the Independent and the police station as far as the windows go. But while we're maintaining the cornice alignment, we can obviously do that on the expanded version. We just don't think that it matches, and it draws more attention to the discrepancy in height.
So did staff think that like a future use just wouldn't work in there with a 14-foot height? I mean, it seems like the Independent is, you know, nice and cozy in there. I don't think that they're small, their shorter ceiling height is detrimental to them.
Our feeling was that there was not a clear and convincing argument for granting the variance. Whether a specific use will work in 14 floors or not is, we didn't address that, but if the purpose of zoning is we want 18-foot ground stories so that we can encourage retail, a wide variety of retail uses, we didn't see a clear and convincing argument to not comply with that 18 feet when the building is going from 1 story to 3.
If I may add, this is Melissa Woods. The intent of the district and of our first floor requirement is to attract the broadest number of tenants to the space as possible to both increase diversity in the district of offerings and also limit vacancy times. When retail spaces get small and more constricted, that's when you see longer vacancies because they can only have 1 or 2 type of tenants.
Danielle?
Yeah, so I'm just wondering if there could be some like further design tweaks, you know, so to see if they could comply with the 18 feet and still not seem, you know, out of character with the adjacent buildings. But it seems like the fenestration, that's something that if a new tenant came in, that they could make those modifications pretty easily if they wanted to comply, or even though I guess a variance runs with the land, so they wouldn't have to, but if that was part of their plan and having.
Danielle, if I may, through the chair, you're correct, and the time to make a compliant fenestration requirement is now. A future tenant could choose to improve the building, but it would not be required.
I have a follow-up question regarding, it's because of the use that they want to put in there. So are there rules with the for the marijuana retail stores that they can't see in? Is that why? Does that conflict with needing to like obscure the windows? Because I'm imagining that there's also somewhere in the code that says you can't block the windows out if you have them?
So to speak to what the Cannabis Control Commission requires, they do require that cannabis products and the sales floor not be visible from the public realm, but many, like, you can't not have windows at all. And so what a lot of businesses do is they put an opaque film over the windows to block view onto the floor while still having fenestration or like having windows.
That's allowed under our code, because isn't that, my apologies that I still have not learned the new code like inside and out. But are you allowed to obscure the windows like that on ground floor? Because isn't that the purpose, that you're supposed to be able to like see in and not put up?
Yeah, you are supposed to be able to see in with cannabis because the use requires an inability to see in. That requirement has not always been complied with. But yes, that is something of note.
Because that, I feel like, wouldn't that be another relief if they were able to comply with the fenestration requirement of 70%? If they have to block it out, then is there another? Yeah, there might be more relief that's needed, because then they're not really complying.
If I may, could we table this specific point and staff will look into it and get back to you?
This is Adam Dashkine. I would say that keep in mind, the ground story relief is not related to the use of the marijuana. It's got to do with fitting in with the buildings on either side. I mean, we could leave the existing single story building, not have to be here at all, put in the cannabis use and be done with the entire project. But that doesn't gain anything for the Union Square zoning or the purposes of this, which is to go up higher. And we're trying to go up higher, but we could go to 4 stories in the CC4. We're not, because we're trying to respect the buildings on either side. This is a weird little niche. I think you heard from the owner of the police station building. It's just a weird little nichey place that we are, and it's kind of hard to do anything more robust than this. But we were just trying to keep that context. I mean, you could, I suppose, condition, maybe grant us what we're asking for, and then condition it that if the use on the ground floor ever changed for marijuana, they'd have to punch out more windows on the floor or something, if that helps. But I mean, right now, that obviously finding tenants for the existing first floor, which I should say is remaining, has not been a challenge. I mean, there's been a Subway restaurant, and there've been things in there. It's not as if this has been untenantable space. So that hasn't been and I think Union Square is going to be only more desirable. This isn't going to be, I think, a hard challenge just because of the fenestration of the ground floor height matches. I think it actually is more attractive to tenants if it matches the rhythm here and looks more like an organic part of the square.
Do you have a plan of just the building and how the layout is inside?
You mean floor plans, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Or do you mean, yeah, there are floor plans in the packet if you want to, and whoever's controlling this wants to show those.
Yeah, I'd like to see something.
Madam Chair, does this work?
Oh, there you
Yeah.
go. Will, you want to explain this, what we're seeing here?
Sure. Will from Paulson Design. So on the far left is the basement level. We're actually going to be digging that out, I believe, 2 feet, and it's mostly going to contain storage and employee space. The main level, as currently shown, is laid out as a dispensary. We have, as you'll see, a front security vestibule, which allows us not to have to put the film on the windows. We can leave that transparent and just have a wall behind there, which we're going to have a local artist or someone commission that inside space so that it's still attractive to the passersby. And then the upper, yep, thank you. We're obviously including an elevator. One of the challenges, if we were to go to 4 stories here, is it would trigger the need for a second stairwell, which, given the size of the lot, is really going to challenge it as far as the least of the space. So by keeping it at 3, we can stay with the 1 staircase and sprinklers. And that was the thinking there. And then the second floor level is currently shown as, I mean, these layouts are somewhat diagrammatic now, but as a community space with an education space for marijuana education. And then the top floor is sort of open-ended right now. We're not quite sure what we're going to do there. We did pull the building back to provide a small outdoor space up there. At the neighborhood meeting, there was sort of some hemming and hawing on that, but the reality is there really aren't many residents directly adjacent to this. And on the front side, we thought it could be nice if it was maybe down the road a future cafe or something, just to have this place to look out over Union Square.
So I'm looking at this now, because when we first had a couple of the cases come up way back when for Davis Square in particular, that was an issue that you did go in the front. It was closed off for security. They did have windows, and then you went into the rest of the, like the first floor there where the count is set up and everything else. So if it's set up like that, then the windows wouldn't have to be blocked. They could be left
Right,
open.
Correct.
Can I add on this?
Hello? Who's speaking?
Hi, Suzanne. My name is Binoz. Sorry to interrupt you. Yes, we don't have to block the windows. The windows can be open and look at the lobby area. I'm actually going to be the operator also. Just to give a little bit of background of myself, my name is.
I kind of, could you slow down a little bit? Who are you?
Hi, my name is Binoz, and can you hear me?
Yeah. What role do you play in this?
My name is Binoz, and I'm actually the owner of the property and also the tenant for almost 21 years at that location. And also will be the operator for the business as well. And just to give a little bit background on myself, I've been in Somerville for 21 years, have 5 businesses in Somerville, starting from Masala, Union Square, Subway restaurant that used to be there, the beer and wine that used to be there.
I know who you are. I know
Okay,
who you
thank
are.
you. Yeah, thank
Okay.
you. So just to give you an idea, yeah, we're not looking to block the windows. That's not my idea. We will open that, put some art. It'll be live, it'll be lighted so that it doesn't look dark. So that's not what we're looking to do to the windows, to the front, in the front, inside. Now, I wanted to add for Daniel the thing about the ceiling height. And I tell you, with my experience having so many businesses, especially in that particular business, right now the ceiling is 14 feet. It was so high that I had to put a drop ceiling to bring it down so I could conserve energy. I didn't want to cool the whole area and heat the whole area. It was so high because the space is so small. If this space was like 1,000, 4,000 square feet, I can see that it'll be more attractive with high ceiling. But this, because it's only like 1,000 square feet, with that of a high ceiling, it doesn't make look the place good. So that's what. The other thing is, I wanted to look good to my neighbors. Every project that I've done, I want to match the neighborhood. Like the one in Till Square that we did, we matched the building next door, came out nice, everybody loves it. So similar with this project, I had instructed my architect, my lawyer, that I want to look similar to what's there existing. I don't want to look anything different. And especially after having multiple neighborhood meetings, the neighbors said they loved the idea, the way it blended with the neighborhood, with the design. That's where they loved it. The moment if I change this to 18-foot ceiling, I go back to my neighbors, they'll say, what did you do? You just lied to us. You know, this is not what you promised us. And all of those meetings that I had, no one objected to the design. Everybody loved it, you know, and even the city council are supporting it. And I'm surprised that the planning department didn't approve this and they didn't recommend this when they actually awarded me this year to finish 1133 Broadway by matching my another building next door. I'm like confused here. You know, I go in Cambridge, I did another project in Cambridge, and they were so happy that I matched the neighboring properties. I'm surprised that they're telling me to go 4-story high, go 18-foot ceiling, don't match anywhere it looks like your neighbors, be different. I'm surprised. You know, I understand the demand is there and everything, but let me tell you, for the use that we're looking, we don't need high ceiling. And the other thing, it's too small for high ceiling. It's 1,000 square feet. How high do you want it for ceiling? I will not be putting anything above the ceiling. I'll be putting a drop ceiling. You know, it doesn't make any sense. You know, in 21 years I've lived in Somerville and been to so many neighborhood meetings. Everybody instructed me, look like their neighbors, match the neighborhood, blend with the neighborhood, characteristics of the house. When I built my single family home, they told me you have to have a gable house. You have to have a mansion roof. And I did that. I wanted to do like a flat roof. They said, no, it doesn't match the next door neighbor. You know, to be honest, I should have had this hearing back in November. They've been taking me around and around and around all that time. And I'm not bowing down because my neighbors supported in this project the way I designed. My attorney advised me, Bino, you don't need to go to the BZA. Do the way the planning board wants. But I said, no. You know?
We're not addressing, you're talking and talking, and we're not addressing the
Sorry
issue.
about that.
So what my question is, if that whole front's gonna be glass, what's all the conversation about the windows? We have to have an entrance, a doorway, and then all windows across, right? Architect, who's the architect here?
This is Will from Calsa. So yes, I mean, we could put completely glass across, which is what would match zoning's requirement. I think what we're trying to do, as we've discussed, is match the existing meter of the street. And also, if you look at the plan, I do need some space to put a partition for a vestibule and things like that. I mean, that being said, that can be revised if we were to expand it into glass. And, you know, if we have to do that, we will do that. I just think this is an instance where we're trying to match the existing aesthetic of Somerville. And I appreciate the you know, we're not trying to move the world here with these variances, and willing to go whatever direction you'd like. But
Danielle, what are they coming back for you tonight? What did you request?
Say that again?
Did you not have a request earlier on this case for something you had a question?
Well, it seemed that the staff wasn't necessarily, let me read that again. It seemed that they weren't necessarily opposed to the variance for fenestration. I don't know if I'm mischaracterizing that. But it seems that the,
If I may, it is always difficult for staff to support variances because there are 3 criteria that are so specific and so hard to meet. Yeah, sorry, this is Charlotte speaking. It would have to be a very special circumstance and a very clear argument for staff to be able to support a variance.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just to see this liability take exception to the request. My questions are just trying to understand the specifics better, to understand what we are approving or not approving. So I do have one other question. I'm looking at the plan drawing set of the elevation. It's a cover sheet, Charlotte, and that looks a little different from the analysis, elevation analysis. So I just want to understand, in terms of fenestration, do we need to approve a certain percentage, or we just say, okay, you don't have to meet 70? Yeah. So is that the same percentage fenestration? That looks like it's all glass. I just have to say, I don't oppose this in spirit. I just want to be clear with, you know, what is it being requested. And so can the architect explain that fenestration ratio is the same as the elevation analysis studies?
yeah, so that one is actually showing a art piece on the entire exterior, because we originally thought, because of the size of the interior space, we needed to maximize. We couldn't afford to have that vestibule was the thinking. But then as we delved further into the CCD requirements, the plan has changed. So I guess in short, that rendering isn't exactly up to date with what we're showing, because we've now realized.
Thank you.
The artwork. Okay, sorry.
That's fine. I wasn't sure if I was looking through glass to see the artwork behind glass, you know, if it was all glass. So you are proposing the 2 doors and then punched openings. So more fenestration than this brick painting. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
So what are you really proposing for the front with the windows? Show us that right now.
Yes, I wouldn't be in favor of those two doors and then having a solid wall in the middle.
You would not?
No.
No.
Yeah, this is fine. This looks fine to me.
Right, so that's the proposed, it would simply look like this and the windows would be transparent, as would the doors.
And what percentage would that be?
This is, I believe, 41%, which is 29% short of what we need.
Yeah, they said, yeah, because they wanted 70%.
Yes.
And you only have 41%. And you can't work this out to bring it up higher?
You know, I mean, I think if we pulled the awning up, anything's possible. So I think absolutely if we needed to thin the brickwork on the ground level and make more of it glazing, we'd be certainly happy to do that. I think at least for me personally, the issue of floor-to-floor height is more of a concern aesthetically than the glazing. I think we can make the glazing work at ground level. I think the 18-foot is simply going to be out of character with its abutters.
Yeah, Ms. Adam Dash, Charlotte, if you could put back the original plan we showed with the top and the bottom one, the compliant, the bottom, the non-compliant. That's it. Yeah, you can see on the bottom. Yeah, it's not like we can't do it. It's just we just don't think it looks right. It doesn't fit the context that it's looking at. Not just the way the windows don't line up on the bottom one, and then the way you've got that large amount of glass there. Can it be done? Yeah, we just don't think it fits right. And you know, this is why variances exist, is just sort of when the actual rules don't necessarily.
Where's the door here in the front, Adam? On the bottom.
Yes.
Where's the door?
Well, this is just showing what the 70% fenestration would look like. There'd be a door and windows and all in there, the detail. We were just showing the space that would be the glass there. There'd be obviously be the door in the same location that we were showing on the floor plan over there on the left. But this is all, that would be a whole big chunk of glass there, which doesn't match either side.
I don't think that presentation tonight wasn't good. You should have come with something better. That's not attractive. And it's really complete. No, the point is that there's no door there. There's no sign there. There wasn't much work put to that for us to vote on this. Ian.
Sure. So if we were to say, okay, you can go less than 70%, are we approving a percentage or are we approving a specific elevation drawing?
Who you asking?
Staff or, I mean, are we saying it's okay?
I think you should have the rendition of what it's supposed to look like and what the percentage would be.
Well, this Adam Dash, yeah, that's the top one, and that's the 46%. That's what we were asking for approval, and then we have all those other steps we have to go through different boards and commissions for approvals for. But as far as
46%, I don't think is enough of that. I think there's certain businesses that, you know, we went through this whole big thing with the other cases. They have to be down in basements, upstairs, no front, this and that, and now we're getting looser and looser and looser with the regulations that the cannabis control looks for.
Well, it's not really just, I'm this Adam Dash again. It's more if you look at the unions at the police station on the left, how it's got window and then it's got the masonry window, masonry door, masonry window. We're trying to sort of keep that rhythm going down the street there. This is really done to match the sides. It's not done to get around the rules. It's done to make it fit. And as Manoj said, this has got to do with the, you know, working with the neighbors and Union Square Main Streets and all these other people, and everyone liked the plan where it all lined up like this. I mean, obviously, whatever the board's pleasure is, the board's pleasure is. We just don't like the way the bottom lines up with the buildings on either side of it, that's all. Even though zoning may require it, it doesn't fit in this particular location, which is why the variance mechanism's there.
Is who has questions here? So we're not voting on this tonight? Are we?
If
Yes.
I may clarify something, If and when you approve this project, you would be approving a percentage fenestration a lower percentage fenestration. So you'd be approving 46%. But because this project will go through site plan approval and neighborhood meetings and design review, the Urban Design Commission, I would recommend against approving a specific fenestration because that would a specific facade design, because that would tie the hands of the planning board and the Urban Design Commission to that specific design, as opposed to being able to say, yes, this is 46%, but move the windows in such a way so that it looks better. So I would recommend only approving a percentage as opposed to a specific design.
Okay. All right, board, what do you want to do? Josh? What do you want to do?
I don't know, I'm still having a hard time adjusting to this change in our role. I mean, I agree with the argument that the floor plates should align. And if that's all we're supposed to approve, I'm ready
Do
to
you guys
approve it.
understand, Josh? I can't understand you at all. It's all garble.
Can you hear me now?
A little better. It's all right, messed up though.
It was just an echo. Like, did you move rooms?
Yeah, my family's gone to bed, so can you understand me now?
No.
Okay.
I can't.
Yeah, I can understand you. I think if you just
Greg, what do you say? What do you say? Because it could be my thing too. What's he saying?
what's it, he needs to speak first, yeah.
If all we're doing is weighing in on whether the heights should align, I think they should. But if we're talking about the design overall, I think this building is lacking in lots and lots of ways. But I'm not clear whether we should be weighing in on that anymore. It sounds like that's what the design commission would be doing later. So that's what I'm not clear about.
Madam Chair, may I suggest that Josh writes that succinctly in the chat for you to read?
Madam Chair, if I may, I believe, Josh, correct me if I'm wrong, but essentially what he was saying was if the only question before the ZBA tonight is should this building be 18 feet versus 14 feet, he feels that it should comply and be 18 feet. But if the question is the overall design of the building good and acceptable, he feels like it is not, and there is room for improvement, but also that it is not necessarily the purview of the ZBA to comment on all of those features of the design that are not variances. Josh, is that correct? No. Okay.
I'm letting the chat.
So you are fine with the lower floor height as opposed to wanting it to comply? My apologies.
Is that right? Okay. So you'd go with the 14 foot instead of 18 foot. And that's the ground, that's considered the ground story height, right? Because we have two variances here.
That is.
Can you go along without that? What is that?
Yeah, the two variances are ground story height. They are requesting 14 feet when the requirement is 18 feet. And the second is ground story fenestration, and they're requesting somewhere in the low 40s%. I can double check that, as opposed to the required 70%.
On the windows.
Yeah, windows and doors.
Yeah. Okay. What's the pleasure here? You folks, do you want to go with the 14 or do you require the 18?
Madam
Yes,
Chair, I'm
ma'am.
okay with it.
You're okay with it?
Fine. Yeah.
Danielle and Elaine?
I'm just going through the required findings that we have to make. So we're saying that, so they're going to comply with the fenestration. They think that they can make that work and they don't want to request that anymore. So is it just
No, they're presenting the 40, what is it? The 43%, 41%.
Oh, well, I heard them say that they could make it work if they had to.
So what do we want to bring them up to? The 70? Or do you want to go to like 50? What's the record? That's what Charlotte's saying. When they move forward for the next approval line, if we keep them into a design as opposed to the percentage, you give them the percentage, they'll work with the percentage. Is that right, Charlotte?
Apologies, can you repeat that? I was doing some technical support.
I can answer that for her.
Okay.
This is Melissa Woods, through the chair. You would be approving a percentage, and
Right.
that would give them design flexibility for later design review and site plan approval in front of the planning board.
Right.
So you'd be approving a minimum.
Yeah, this is Adam Dash. I think that approach that Melissa just described on the percentage makes a lot of sense because this is a little backwards. We usually would go to the design people before we saw you, but now we're seeing you before we go to the design people. So that does make some level of sense. I guess, Will, if you're there, what percentage, I guess, would you think? I mean, I like the idea of just saying you'd have to have a condition that would have to comply if the use ever changed. But if there's something you could do, Will, to up the percentage, how big could you make it and still have it work?
Well, thankfully, because I'm working from home, I'm right at my computer. So I can do, let's see, I can get 178.
Well, while you're figuring that out, this is Melissa Woods again, and I don't know, Adam suggested that compliance would happen with a change of use, and I'm not sure how enforceable physical changes after for changes of use, how enforceable they are. We've frequently, you saw a lot of fast food cases under the old zoning code.
Yes.
And those ran with the applicant because of how we conditioned those. But I have never written a condition or asked legal to weigh in on whether we could force compliance for physical building requirements upon a change of use.
Right.
And I think the thing is that it's a variance, not a special permit.
That's right.
Runs with the land, so I don't know how you.
I think the answer is no, that this is your one bite at the apple, but
Yeah.
I'm not a lawyer.
I mean, that's my understanding, also not a lawyer, but my understanding is that you can't, like, once you grant a variance, like,
It's that's it.
It runs with the land. Basically, you're changing zoning for that lot.
Yeah. I think we should, here we are again at the beginning of a new movement with new rules and regulations, and we're all, twisting them already. I think in order to keep up, I mean, it's nice to have two historic buildings there, and it's nice to want to try and complement them with the brick and all that stuff. I think that's cool. But I think if all these other businesses all the way down Washington Street, going down to Sullivan Square, all doing the 18-foot ceilings because they want retail and want it to be available. I think that's what it should be. And as far as the windows, I thought when we did our tours, we went to a place in Newton, We went to a place in Cambridge when they were opening up Salvo. I don't know who was on board then, but we went to these sites and they were very, very particular on the windows, on the foyer, the security and all that jazz. So I don't, somebody used the term earlier, a slippery slope. I don't like the idea of us really, especially this type of business. It's a new business. We don't know what's, going to happen tomorrow and all this other stuff. I think we should follow through and make it the 18 and make it the 71% or 70%. So whatever you want to do, speak up. The night is late. It's 20 minutes to 12.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm having a hard time making the second finding, which is little enforcement of the provisions of the CC4 district would involve substantial hardship, financial or otherwise, to the applicant due to said special circumstances. Those circumstances in criterion 1, I would say would be probably the historic structures next to it. So I think it meets 1 and 3. But the second one, I'm just not sure what the substantial hardship is. I mean, he would have to put in the drop ceilings if he wanted to have the lower ceiling height, but I'm not sure if that's a substantial financial hardship. You just kind of throw those in, I think.
You want to continue this and think about this and research? What do you want to do?
I don't know if I need to continue it. I just haven't heard an argument that it meets the second finding. I mean, I think that they could probably just redesign the building to comply.
Ann, do you have a comment or can you help Danielle out what she's saying? You're an architect.
I mean, to me, it is a scale. It's a narrow building, so when you're in a space, there's a relationship between height and width. So you feel like you're in this tall, canyon effect. I don't have any problem with granting both variances, so that's where I stand.
Okay, good. Elaine?
Sorry.
I'm
Just want
sorry,
someone to
yeah.
help me with the second
I don't have
finding.
any problem. I think we should continue. We're way beyond our 11 o'clock limit that we're supposed to end 45 minutes ago. My brain is fried.
All right. You need help. You're looking for the second point on this, aren't you, Danielle?
Yes, because I have to make a motion that we meet those findings. And right now, I don't see how it meets the finding, but if someone could help me and
Well,
my
it's Adam
brain is
Dash.
also not working at this hour.
I mean, it's Adam Dash. What I would say is that I think there are two things. One would be, I think the neighbors might very well appeal this thing if we went and showed them something different than did something different than what they'd asked us to do, which was to match the buildings on either side. The other one is, I think you have an issue with the particular tenant, and I think Binoj, who's the tenant, is telling you if you do this, he's going to have to throw in the drop ceilings because it's going to be a weird space that it could drive people away from it. Ironically, and I think Ann's right on the point, is that if this building were the width of if it were as wide as the Independent, it'd be a different story. But when you've got this narrow little building and then you're going to have this really tall ceiling, it's like you're going to be in an elevator shaft. It just doesn't work in this particular space. It's not a knock on the Union Square zoning or anything like that. The zoning's fine. It's just this particular space is bizarre, and it makes it very difficult to utilize it properly if we have to comply with it. And these are not large variances that are being sought here. We're not, number of stories or anything big like that. We're compliant in every other way, except for this
I
special
have a comment. You mean to tell me if we say it has to be 18-foot ceilings and he starts his business, he puts a drop ceiling in, brings it down to 11? That's okay?
It would be okay. It's interior. It's an interior thing. It's not a zoning matter. The height of the ceiling treatment's not a zoning matter. Any more
What
than
is it?
Why
Why would
just,
you be guessing that
he'd
if
be
it's
getting a
not?
building permit. He'd be getting a building permit. As part of his building permit, it would show a drop ceiling with whatever the lighting and the wiring that goes into that. You wouldn't see it from outside. It would just be an interior thing. It doesn't, and that's the whole problem it's sort of this whole conversation about something that doesn't it's because it's in the zoning, not because it makes sense. And that's not a reason to do something. I mean, it should be that it makes
I'm
sense.
not ready to vote tonight. I don't know if anybody else is. If I was to vote now, I'd say no. So I think I want to hear the rest of the speak up because, you know, we're like going back and forth on this. This is not right. The rendition was not professional enough for us to really see what it looks like. You know, I'm just not happy with this. So, and, you know, it's not up to Danielle to only be the only one to show the just cause of the 3 points. So, you know, what do you want to do? I say continue this. No one's answering?
Continue. I say continue.
Thank you. Danielle, make a motion to continue this, please. And here we are with the 24th.
Yep. In
Unbelievable.
the matter of 71 Union Square, DRA 200038, I make a motion that we continue this to June 24th.
Second.
Seconded by Elaine Severino. Danielle Evans.
Aye.
Ann Brockelman.
Aye.
Josh Safdie.
Aye.
Elaine Severino.
Aye.
And Susan Fontano, aye. Let the record show, it was unanimous to continue till June 24th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other business, please?
The only other business is the vote to authorize the OSPCD Executive Director to submit the general land area minimum safe harbor assertion to MHMD. No, somehow I have that wrong. To the Department of Housing and Community Development on the board's behalf.
Does the clerk have to read this into the record?
I do not think so.
Okay, so under other business to vote the executive director, I'll go around the board. Danielle Evans.
Well, let me make a motion.
Well, that's what I just asked.
I said you said read into the record.
No.
It's different from making a motion.
All right, yeah, I'm looking for a motion.
I make a motion to authorize the executive director of OSPCD to submit a general land area minimum safe harbor assertion to the Massachusetts Department of Housing and Community Development on the board's behalf.
I have a second.
Second.
Seconded by Elaine Severino. All in favor. Danielle Evans.
Aye.
Ann Brockelman.
Aye.
Josh Safdie.
Aye.
Elaine Severino.
Aye.
Susan Fontano, aye. It's unanimous. Carries. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Seconded by Elaine. All in favor. Aye. The ayes have it.
Aye.
I know this was a long meeting, but thank you for sticking with it and staying positive.
Okay. Night.
Night.
Good night, everyone.
Night.
Good night.